the prior director over our headquarters EJ program, who left about a year ago to jump onto NRDC National Resource Defense Fund. EJ is a fight, and you can't give up, and you've got to keep on keeping on. The you know what the fight is about better than anyone. You know the issues in your community. Do not give up. In the history of our country, there's always been a fight. This is one of the most important fights you can hold on to as far as getting clean air, clean water, clean land for your communities, and have equity in the way environmental protection is being doled out, whether it be local, state, federal government, industry. Um, that's the basic premise of the U.S. Constitution, equality for all. So, as much as you may feel down about the election, know that there are people in EPA, particularly, that will listen to you, will do what we can on your behalf. Please don't give up this fight. Force to be had. Encourage each other. Foster a peer support network so you can learn from each other, learn from more seasoned ones. But please don't throw in the towel and be too discouraged. That's all I can offer this time.
I think a second question that I have to echo a lot of these groups that are here on the ground. A lot of us, because of the state of Florida and the kind of lack of environmental justice infrastructure and organization, we're kind of coming together for the first time. And I have a lot of young organizations here that are interested in how can we shape our organization to be in a position to get those funds. Are there resources or mentors or any groups that you can suggest for these young groups to reach out to in order to get their organizations right so that they can go ahead and be in line for these funds?
Yes, the Tic Tac, and I would probably steer for the RTI one, North Carolina. Their responsibility is to help with grant writing. Now, you not sit down and write the grant for you. They will give guidance. As I pronounced, the grant makers is going to be a very efficient, streamlined application compared to what we put you through. Maybe 5 pages is the best. I'm just trying to read the tea leaves. But you've got to put your effort in. Really want. Least you do is bring back the emails of every single person in that room. There is a online run next week on Thursday and Friday. Thursday evening around 5 or 6, and then Friday we have 3 day resources. And we'll go a little more in depth than what I did. So Alicia, will you try to do that for me, and I'll try to get out the announcement to this group. But to answer your question precisely, we can't give you coaching, but this is impact form. And actually, the grant maker may indeed do some application trainings for any potential applicant. Does that help?
Yes, thank you so much, Brian. And I'm going to be respectful of the time. So we're going to take one more question. And after this question, we'll move on to our next speakers.
Hi, Brian. This is Richard Gregg at Florida A&M University.
Hi, Dr. Gregg.
Great. Thanks for being here. We really appreciate it. For the people who don't know, Brian Holt has been in the fight for a long time for us at EPA. And we want to acknowledge that. My question is...
You have two. So, that's on you, Rich.
Thank you. My question is around, as this administration ends its service, is EPA going to be having the process of expediting these grant awards?
Yes, the current community change grants, we are expediting them. I'm almost to the point of being a bad boss and saying, oh, so you want to take 3 days off Thanksgiving? No, you can't. These are really tough things. So I'm going to be a bad cop, my staff, her staff, are not going to like us that much. That's the extent of we're getting pressure from headquarters to finish the grant budget negotiations with the ones we have in house and get the grant commitment notice is done. Unfortunately, the deadline, I sure wish the deadline was November, but in hindsight, it should have been September or something. Um, but I can't do anything to change that. We are going to cross our fingers and get these through the hopper as soon as we can to avoid any trouble and to get these funded, because it would be a tremendous disparity and injustice for people who've worked hundreds, if not thousands of hours on these applications for CCGs and get the money ripped out from under their feet. So that's the worst case scenario. Really hopeful that that doesn't happen, and Huntington has an equal chance at getting funded under the competition of all the existing grants, which are going to be submitted by the deadline. Does that help answer you, Richard?
Yeah.
Well, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you. Let's give out another hand round of applause. So great. Thank you, Brian.
Thanks, take care.
You as well, you as well. Enjoy your Saturday. So I want to be respectful of time, so I want to make sure that we move right along on the agenda. So we are going to introduce another stellar speaker today. Kiana, and make sure I'm pronouncing your last name correctly. Swader, yes. Again, thank you. And she is a student member of the React for EJ Florida team. And so Brian had mentioned about the TICTAC, that Thriving Communities Technical Assistance Center. So he is here in relation to that team, and I'll give her the platform to go in and talk about her too. So thank you again. Please give her a round of applause. Okay, good morning, everyone. As she said, my name is Kiana Swagger. I am a graduate student at Florida State University, getting my master's in aquatic environmental science. I just graduated in the spring with a master's in environmental science, and I went into this field because of my passion for the environment and how much I care about the planet and its intrinsic value. But through my experience in undergrad, I realized how much it's affecting the people as well. And I tend to think that it wasn't affecting people directly, and that's why I felt like I cared and no one else did. But I very quickly learned that that is not the case. A lot of people do care, and more needs to be done. And that's how I became involved in graduate school with React for EJ, working for Professor Dr. Ming Yi. Nice. And yeah, so I'm going to introduce React for EJ and who we are and how we can help you with your environmental justice. Right, so we can go ahead to the next slide.
One second.
Okay.
You are golden.
Great. So what is React for EJ? So the speaker just said he's like RTI and we are a regional TICTAC, Region 4, but we are helping communities find funding and support for their environmental issues. What we are, we're a network of partners that we can offer you connections and training and resources for your environmental issues. So moving on to the next slide, talking about the TICTACs, and I'm not going to give you the long name because we already talked about that. Funded by the EPA, and the goal in funding these TICTACs is to remove barriers and improve accessibility to these communities and these CBOs for their environmental justice concerns. And yesterday we talked a lot about how money is going into some things like murals that are not really helping. Yes, I remember. Not really helping the communities in the way that they need to be. Additionally, they're providing training and assistance to build capacity for navigating federal grants, developing strong grant proposals, and managing the grant funding. And all of those are based on grants, but we do other things not just related to the grants. So moving on, this is a map of the 10 regions and all of the TIC-TACs. As you can see, we're Region 4, and we actually joined also RTI International, which is a bigger group that we work with. I believe there's a presentation.
Yep.
Yes, following this one, more about that. So I'm going to quickly go over what RTI is in the next slide. It's an independent nonprofit institute that provides research, development, and technical services to governments and commercial clients worldwide. And some of their focus areas are health, equity, climate, energy, and environmental science, food security, and agriculture, and a lot of those other things that intersect environmental justice. So, who we serve are these 8 states. You can see we have partners in each of the states. Florida has both FAMU and Florida State, located in Tallahassee. Sorry. And we also serve 6 federally recognized tribal nations, and you can see those with the little flag indicators. The 2 in Florida are the Miccosukee tribe of Florida Indians and the Seminole tribe of Florida. So we'll go through these next slides just quickly. These are some of the members of our team. We're a much larger team, but just the directors, and we have meetings with them. We talk to these people. We're in connection with them. Moving on, some of our state representatives. It's not all just environmental science and environmental health. We also have people in criminal justice and sociology. I know that was an issue brought up yesterday with prisoners, and when they get back into the world, what are their health disparities with climate change and environmental justice problems. And then also research in philosophy and toxicology and agriculture. And so you can see our professor, Dr. Odamari Boya. We'll go to the next slide to introduce more from our Florida team. So he's professor in agricultural sciences, where his specialties are, as well as in soil and agronomy. And then we have Dr. Rosie Jean, who is a professor also at FAMU, who works with Taylor Howard, who we heard speak earlier. So he has some specialties in GIS mapping and environmental sustainability and analytics. Another FAMU person from our team, he's not on this slide, he was just hired this fall. His name is Damian Muhammad. He works in public health in Tanzania. And so he has that student and background, and I believe he's going to start researching Lake Munson, which I mentioned a few times for those of you who were here yesterday, and the health disparities with the community around that. And then we have Dr. Yuwandi Addy. She is our RTI representative. So she's the one who keeps us in touch with RTI and their network and helps us do review, essentially. She takes what we give her from our communities in the state of Florida and can keep us in connection with them. And obviously, there I am, a graduate student. And then Dr. Ming Yi's expertise is in hydrology, and, water movement, and wastewater. And he's very knowledgeable on the Florida aquifer system, and what have you. Then lastly, Dr. Yuan Tang on our team. He's another professor kind of at an intersect between FAMU and FSU because he's at our engineering school. And great to have an engineer on the team so he can help solve those practical issues that you might be facing. But the reason I wanted to go into our team is just to show that we are real people trying to help you, and we have our own expertise. And each team has their own expertise, and if we can't help you, we can contact other people in our group who can. So this next one, I know you all have environmental justice issues. I know because we have a huge list right over there that we created yesterday. So I would ask you all, and I would love to hear more about it. And once I explain what we can do for you, I would love for you all to reach out to us. Something else, this list in itself is extremely helpful for me to relate to my team and our supervisors to be able to say, these are the main concerns that we're seeing. What resources do you have for us that we can give to the community members on these specific topics? And that already is extremely helpful for me. I'm so glad that I was able to come here and hear about my list. So how can we help you? So again, we're a network of partners. We offer connections and training and resources. So funders and funding opportunities. The RTI Starting Communities Grant Makers Program, she's about to give a presentation on. That's one of the funding opportunities. And then there are funding opportunities that we can just make you aware of that you might not have any clue exist if we have those resources. We also have subject-specific experts. I explained where our expertise is, and our team inside of Florida also has other expertise in things that we might not. The government agencies, as I said, we're funded by the EPA. Academic institutions, we have professors from each state in our region 4. And multilingual and culturally appropriate materials. We talked yesterday a lot about how, planting a tree isn't always the solution. It's not the culturally appropriate solution. You want to plant an avocado tree or a mango tree that is specific to the culture. And so we want to come up with those types of solutions. And then we can also offer trainings for you. If you come to us wanting training in, a big subject, but webinars and programs on capacity building, and things like that, you can offer it in a lot of different formats. We're just here to serve you. And then other resources, these can be things like how to become a nonprofit, how to apply for these EPA grants and we can provide those in multiple different languages so that it's accessible to everyone. So some more examples. This kind of reiterates the previous slide, but other things like navigating human government systems and tools, that is like what Taylor was doing with EJ's screen. We can help you try to navigate those online tools so that you can use them to benefit you and words. For example, we had someone who had an air quality problem, and we couldn't help them specifically because that's not our expertise, but we connected them to Dr. Elika Moss in Alabama, and she was able to help them. Yes, and so we're in partnerships with other organizations. I want to take a minute to explain one of these partnerships that we just became aware of. It is the Florida Clinicians for Climate Action, FCCA. I'm not sure if any of you have heard of them, but the director of that, Dr. Cheryl Holder, reached out to us and explained more about what they do. And essentially, they believe that there is a disconnect between the science and the people, and people trust doctors more than they trust scientists, which that's fine. So what they do is they go to these communities and they educate other doctors and nurses and medical professionals, as well as the communities, about what the health disparities are that they are experiencing that the people might not be aware of. And so one of their projects recently, they went to Miami-Dade and explained how the heat is affecting the health of all of the citizens there. And so I'm telling you that they reached out to us wanting more partnerships. They want to be able to work with you to help your communities. So if you have a health problem that you want to be able to address and want people to be made aware of in your community, reach out to FCCA, Florida Clinicians for Climate Action. They want to help. Another thing, engaging with local and state governments. We had a city, I'm not going to say the city, we had a problem a few months ago. Salmonella broke out in their water, and they just had no idea where to start. And we were able to direct them to the community change grants. They've applied for that grant, and so we're able to help them that way. And then again, connections, training, and resources in many different ways. So the environmental issues that we'll focus on for air, water, and soil quality. I already said our expertise in Florida is water and soil, but that doesn't mean we can't help you for air quality with other connections. Exposure to environmental hazards, that's a huge issue. Climate change resilience, of course. Clean energy transitions is another really big one in Florida with solar energy and some pushback from places not wanting you to transition to solar energy. But that's something else we talked about yesterday was, these solar panels have a life expectancy, and what do we do when that runs out? That's a problem that I could bring to my supervisors and see if they have solutions for that. And that was a great thing that somebody pointed out, and I'm really glad I could hear that concern. And then transforming former mine land is one. So the React for EJ website, we're putting paper on everyone's table, I believe, so there's more information there. This is also a QR code to our website, and the link, which is just reactforej.org. I'm not sure if I read what our acronym is. It's Resources for Assistance and Community Training in Region 4 on Environmental Justice. And that's UJ, I just like it.
Yes, yeah.
But you can see there, you can click the request for help on the side. It will take you to this next page. Right. Then you can fill out your information so that we know about you and how we can help you. And this is all the information you need to provide. And basically that comes into us. And then we start our technical assistance process.
Yeah.
So we can go to the next slide and I'll walk you through that process. So you fill out what you just saw, and then it comes in to RTI and they filter it to the state organization. So that comes to us because we're the Florida team. Particularly, it comes to me. So I'm the one that sees your request. And the first thing I do generally is I just respond and say, hi, like, great to meet you. Thank you for reaching out to us. Do you want to schedule an initial intake meeting? Because I find that it's much easier to develop these partnerships when you're talking. And this can be face to face, but again, we're in Tallahassee. So it can be online because we help anyone in the state. And so we just want to hear about you and your program and how we can help you. But I will try to get as many people from our team on that initial meeting. But if people can't join it, don't worry. I relay all the information to get all of your information. From there, we begin to develop a technical assistance plan, how we're going to be helping you. This can be something simple, like we just need to give you some resources, or it can be more complicated, like we need to visit your site to help see the problem. So yes, so we develop the plan, and then we identify who's going to help you, if it's us or someone else in our team, and then we deliver that TA, and then decide, okay, is this enough, or do we need to refine this plan and work further on this? But the process doesn't end here. We'd like to stay in touch with you, and if you come to us with a problem and we work through it and we solve it, you have another problem later on, come to us again. We keep track of your information, and we have to form these partnerships. If on your end, actually we'll go to you, Steve. Yeah. So this is what we track. So on your end of this process, this is an email from our end, keeping track of where this is coming from, what are your priorities? Are they fund sources, or are they health disparities or other ways that we can help you? And are we helping underserved communities? Because that was the initial intent with these TikToks. It's to help these communities that are overlooked on lower levels so that we can see it like at every level of Florida what's going on. Who is reaching out? Where are they coming from? How many requests are coming in? Are we really helping people? Are we making a difference? Or are we getting paid money and no one's using us? We need to show them we're helping people. And what are the main areas of focus, which is similar to priorities. Each project has their own priorities. And then we can see from all the projects, what are the main areas of focus, if it's clean energy or funding or water quality or what have you. So how can CPOs join us on this journey? So receive the training and technical assistance. Just accept it and accept that we're trying to help you. Champion React for HEJ. Tell others about us, other communities, and help us to reach more organizations so that we can help these environmental justice issues. Serve on a community advisory board or serve on a working group. These are not things that Florida has enacted yet. Some of the other states have, but they've been facing some roadblocks. So if people are interested in that, that is something we can look into establishing that you can be a part of. And then participate in these formal interviews, focus groups, listening sessions, and informal conversations. I've gotten a lot from being here with these formal presentations and also from these informal conversations that I've been having with people. It's been a great experience, and I'm really thankful that I was here and able to hear from all of you. And lastly, participate in feedback surveys. Tell us what we're doing, if it's good, if it's bad, how we can improve, if we should stop. These are all ways that you can help us. And then lastly, this is a project that I am working on. This is a QR code to a survey. Sorry for all the surveys, but this one is more about just your stories. So what I'm trying to do is to create an online source where anyone can go and see your stories of environmental justice in Florida. So we have EJ's screen and it's great and it has the data. And I've heard all of your stories, but it's hard. No one else really has. Not enough people have. And so what it is, it's called a story map. Yes, where you can see the different locations that we currently have in Tallahassee. That's like Hudson, Pensacola on the left, and then further down in the South. These are our stories of environmental justice. So if you fill out this survey, it could be completely anonymous and it will just highlight that there is a problem in this area. Or if you want, you can include your own information, and this can be a way for other people to contact you and find out about your story and what you did. Hearing the stories yesterday about the community that you created here was an amazing success story, not just an injustice story. So that would be an amazing one to have on here for people to be able to reach out to you and learn, how did you create this resiliency hub, and is this something I can do in my own community? But yes, this isn't for a thesis or anything. This is just something that I'm trying to do to highlight your stories and not just the data, because data without stories is just data, and stories without data people like me. So we need both. And just to end, this is the website where you can contact us, and we will do our best to help you with our technical assistance. And that is my personal email if you have other questions. And something else I forgot to mention. Additionally, when people reach out to us via our website, I also, after we finish the TikTok or technical assistance, go to the IGT email list that I have. Jenna Sierra has an amazing email list as well. But just as we are becoming aware of more food opportunities and resources and events like this EJ Summit, I emailed everyone about this EJ Summit. And I can let our community know. Yeah. Thank
Thank you so much. Again, the importance of data.
I think we have
Is
some questions.
yes, but I want to save space for some questions as well. So thank you again. You have a question? Yes.
So I had a couple questions. The story and like, where do we go besides the scanner thing to do the stories? I believe. Can you send out the
Yeah. So for the, are you asking about the QR code or the story map?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I can send it, I can still send that off as well to all of the participants who registered for the event. So that if you have it, to share it as well to others.
There was one other question. And you mentioned an organization, I think you said FCCA. What does that stand for?
You can turn that one on.
That stands for the Florida Clinicians for Climate Action. And Dr. Cheryl Holder is the director of that.
Awesome. Are there any other questions? Going once, going twice. Well, again, I'm going to give you another round of applause. Yeah.
Okay, one more question. You said, I'm trying to figure out, what is the transmitter line land? Because I think we're gonna need something like that. So that's something that I don't have particular expertise in, but I can definitely get you in touch with someone that does. But it's just, land that was previously used for mining that is no longer used for that, what you do with that land and how do you transform it?
Okay, no, that's not what it is.
So we're going to need a transmitter for our
She has a large project of the environmental. Yeah.
Okay.
And keep in mind, she's going to be here. There's going to be a table outside, so if you have additional questions, feel free to reach out to her as well, okay? Thank you so much. All right, moving on. I know we've got a tight time check. But also, as we lead into a lot of that funding opportunities, I also want to have the pleasure to introduce another important person in the room as we're talking about grant, community change grant and grant makers in particular. And I want to introduce Christine. Christine Beck. Yes, perfect. So Deputy Program Director for Cultivating Healthy Environments at RTI International, serving the Region 448's Thriving Communities Grant Makers Program. So please give a round of applause for Christine.
Give us just one moment to go ahead and get your stuff.
You will receive a copy of the slides, so you don't have to take pictures of it. Sarah's going to send those around, so you're going to have them. And then also on the tables is the flyer that goes along with the program. We've got a nice like warming handoff here. Thanks to Brian and Olivia, and also to Fiona for mentioning
Cultivating Healthy Environments is our program name for EPA's Environmental Justice Thriving Communities subgranting program. So that the grant maker program that Brian was mentioning, that's what I'll be talking about today. So, and that's what the flyer goes along with as well. As Sierra mentioned, I'm Deputy Program Director for the program. RTI serves as one of 11 grant makers across the country. RTI serves as the grant maker for Region 4, supporting all eight states and our 6 tribal nations, as well as the Intertribal Consortia and state any recognized tribes as well. So it's not just federally recognized nations that we're interested in. Today I'll go over what the program is a little bit more in depth. Brian touched on a few of those high level pieces, which you're going to see that again. I'm going to be here all day, so you can ask me questions about the program after we have this presentation, during lunch. Come find me. I'm also local. I live here. I've been here for, oh my gosh, too many decades. And so part of this is really being able to see environmental justice grow within the state of Florida, which is exciting, but also to see EPA's move in direction with this program to put funding directly to communities. And that's the really exciting part about this, is really supporting local environmental and health issues and priorities.
Just 1 second, so we can go ahead and share you, and then you will be
Awesome.
And then can you point that camera?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Most definitely.
All right,
It's
so
gonna go
we can
back
go
to
to the
this.
second slide when we get that there.
It's gonna go back
See
this
if we can
way.
make that a little larger for everybody. So the program itself is really focused on that first box there is on supporting capacity building. So it's intended for organizations, community-based organizations, small nonprofits that are just getting started, just organizing, as well as those that might be still small but addressing community and local issues, and addressing environmental and health issues. Part of it is to, Brian mentioned earlier, was to increase that efficiency and really reduce the barriers. So when he said the application is 5 pages, it might be 5 pages if you print it out. In reality, the number of words that you're going to have to write for this is less than 2,000. So it is a very short, it is intended to be an efficient application for you to be able to share what your issue is, tell us about your organization, tell us what you want to do, and then we'll be able to help move that through the process much faster than what you wrote up to do. So on a pass-through entity, EPA has awarded the grant makers those funds to basically say, please check these out. And that way, we will be, I'll get a timeline, but as it opens, those funds are going to be available for the next two years for projects that'll go up for the next 3 years. So when we're talking about the temperature, when we're talking about where things are and what Brian was saying about the funds being obligated, those funds are obligated to the grant makers. The grant makers are then on the clock to be able to move things through very quickly. So the third part is encouraging meaningful involvement. So it's not just about grant makers. Part of our task is that we are responsible for engaging communities and bringing you into the process. And so, if you think about academic processes, peer review processes, having subject matter experts look at things, we're doing that here. But the subject matter experts for community-based projects are you are the community viewers, you are the peer reviewers for this process. The community advisory boards that Kiana mentioned, we are also looking for members to help support those, because those advisory boards are to be serving as the decision makers for this program. So that opportunity to serve as the decision maker to help support the review process is coming up. Let me go to the next slide. And Kiana shared this one. This is the amalgamation of two slides that you've already seen about what RTI is and what a nonprofit, independent organization. And also within that, this work is really driven from our transformative research unit for equity. And so this is our program within the organization that is really focused on equity issues and environmental justice. We're working within our program. We have our partners. This lists all of our partners currently for Region 4 and our role as National Central. So one of the things is for Region 4, and what Brian was alluding to, is that we have up to $40 million to distribute in the next 2 years. So we've got a lot of money that we want to get out the door really fast. So we want to get it to you all. That translates roughly to about 200 plus awards we want to be making in the next 2 years. All right, next slide. All right, eligibility. This is the detailed list. There's also on the flyer who is eligible. If you wonder whether or not the organization is eligible, ask. Similar to the Tic Tacs, we also have an online system. You can submit a question. It'll get routed and you can answer pretty quickly on that. You can also ask me. That sounds pretty good. So when we say nonprofits, you do not have to have a tax exempt 501c3 status. You do not have to. The other part is you have to be incorporated, but you don't have to have that 501c3. The other part is that for organizations, because these are federal funds, your organization does need a unique entity identifier. It's a number that SAM.gov after your organization registers receives. That process typically takes 4 to 6 weeks. Do you need to have it whenever you apply? No. So that's the other part around breaking down those barriers. We've got a question that says, do you have one? And you can say yes, no, or don't know. If it's no or don't know, look, we connect you either with the Tic Tac, can get you through that process. Or by the time, if you're selected for an award, we have our minister that will also basically say, we're going to get this done. Because that shouldn't be a barrier for your organization to get funding, because there's a federal hoop. And that's part of breaking that down. Next slide. What are we breaking it down for? The opportunities. As Brian mentioned and highlighted, there are 3 constituency awards, tier 1 through 3. They're not in order. You don't have to start with tier 1 to get to a tier 3. If you've got a project where you need to purchase something, and you implement something, a tier 3 development award is probably going to be where you want to go. And that's $350,000. You've got 2 years to finish the project. If you're an organization that is just starting, we have our non-competitive foundational support capacity building funds. These are up to $75,000 for your organization to build capacity. You're going to go in through the application portal. It's the same way. Some questions you don't know how to manage it. So take those 2,000 words you might have to write and probably put it in half. So it's going to be even easier because it's really aimed at helping organizations to build those resources internally, to build that infrastructure to be able to then go after additional funding. One of the things we really see with these opportunities are these are your stepping stones. This program is designed as an entry point for small grassroots community-based organizations to enter in to receive federal funding. This is how you can build your past performance to go after future funds. So these will get you started. 150, 250, 350. It's not going to solve all the problems, but it's going to help you get them started. You need to do that initial assessment, tier 1. That's going to help you with that in 1 to 2 years, being able to do the research, being able to collect the samples that you need. These are EPA projects, and so you might, because if you're going to go out and collect environmental data, you might need a quality assurance plan, quality assurance project plan, excuse me, or a plot. And I'm gonna actually maybe the logo like that or something. But it is a technical plan that basically holds your data collection to EPA quality standards. What does that mean? It means that when you tell your story in your community, you have your data will stand up. And that is not all on you to do as well. So again, just like with UEI, if you need that support, we're also part of this is going through and being able to say, let's get you your quality assurance project plan and the resources to get that done. If you're doing a survey of households and you're looking to be able to create that story or is contributing to a larger project, then you want to be able to they fall into the category of human subjects research. Well, we help you figure out whether or not it is actually human subjects research. And if it is, whether or not you need to go for IRB, and we help you through that process. Here's where the next is. So reward, and as I said, we're looking for upwards of 200 plus users. We'll have an estimated budget cost that'll help you through. And the grant specialist is going to help you towards your post-discipline swap, the essential part of it, because 150,000, 250,000, 350,000 can make a difference. And we also want to make sure that you're accounting for it correctly, because some more this week and before, this is a program that is going to get a lot of eyes and a lot of scrutiny. And the best thing we can do is say, bring it on, because we got the receipts, we got the paperwork.
Oh, that's right.
Yep. And that's what, as a grant maker, that's our job, is to make sure that we've got it, cross the T's, and to give them no reason. So non-competitive projects, the hardest part in defining what that project is. Where do you start? What's happening in your community? What are the issues? So this is yeah. There's these issues. This is high level. There are all the issues thrown over there. There are all the issues that Brian shared on his slide. They all fit. So if you have an issue, you can describe it. That's what we're looking for. And being able to carry it back to the community. So it could be something related to air and water. It could be something related to emergency preparedness. As we've been reminded the last one. As well as some ongoing issues. So if you have an issue going in your community, and if you have a question that doesn't apply, is this the right program? If there's any question about that, is it the right program? Then we're going to also say this is the right to where to go. So we're not just going to say, no, this isn't the right program. It's going to be like, you know what? This project is perfect for this other program if it fits. Or the other piece in this is that as these are shorter projects, it's also what's the life cycle. And after 1 year, where do you go from there? And it's not just in a year, but we want you to start thinking, like, how do you get that award? Those first 3 months, what's going to happen in the next 9 months? And so if it's a solar project, what other funding opportunities can you look for? And by that time, you should hopefully have a better sense of where programs are, how they're evolving, what's still there. So, next slide. All right, who wants to know when? Brian, over to you. Yes. Yeah. Can you put on your feet? Can you even start right? We're going to go into your big box in the next 30 days. It will not be the week of Thanksgiving, I can tell you that. I'm not going to be here holidays, but drop me something like Wednesday before Thanksgiving.
Whose holidays ruin my money?
Okay. Well, it's the hey, you have to get them right. And the online application platform is going to open after that. So first you get the piece of paper that says like, hey, there's money. And then the next one says, here's how you could go get it. And they'll go together with that. The first date to mark your calendar is going to be January 15th. So we're not going to ruin any of your holidays in December. So I've been there where it's like, hey, through the deadline, it's the 31st. Like, there goes the holiday. So this one is January 15th because you want to submit an application too. So this one gives you roughly 45 days. If that's ahead, work backwards from January 15th, about when you can begin working on your application. It's online. If you need an alternative where, because of your internet's not so great, we can do it by phone. You can also do it by mail as well. So we can walk you through those two different options there. Just let us know. You can call us, or send us a text. So we've got options there. January 15th is when we will start to review the applications. The rolling basis is that's the first target.
Okay.
People like deadlines, so we gave them deadlines, but you can submit it anytime and up until fall of 2027. Don't put me on that one, I have to look at what our cycles are. But basically, it's January 15th is not the only date. We've got one in April, a target. We've got one in July, it's quarterly. So
Okay.
January, April, 3, add another 3 year into July, add another 3 year
October, September, October.
So 1, 3, 7, and 10 are your ones. And then when the goal then, the goal is to be able to get that back and get a decision to you before that next funding window closes. So whenever you submit something, we're gonna review it immediately. So even before January 15th, we're gonna look at it if you press submit. And when you press submit, we're gonna make sure that everything is good there. So if there's any issues, if there's any barriers, if there's any challenges that you can see administratively, to us being able to give you those funds, we're gonna let you know in those 10 days. And then whether or not it's something that can be fixed. So you don't have to wait 3 months to figure out, great, that's something I could have fixed, but why didn't they tell me 3 months ago? So our goal is to let you know sooner rather than later. And so that way you can fix it if you need to, like, hey, can you clarify this budget line here? And then be able to get that back into the process so that we can get. All right, what can you do now? So, as Brian alluded, is very practically subscribe. So get on our mailing list, you can get that information. Being able to read, this is the hint I will give Sierra and Luana the link. Look at the federal registry. We have to put our application materials online for public comment and review. Which means that even though technically we can't release our application, it is out there in the public right now for you to see all the types of questions we're going to ask you. Yes.
Interesting.
So interesting. So yeah, so we're currently in public comment period, so let's get that link for that. You can check whether or not your organization has a UEI, because as I mentioned, that'll be your 3 months, more than 6 weeks. Then you'll be able to be ready to receive that funding. And think about your project needs. So this is the part is the brainstorming. What does your organization need to be about your forward things? Brush up on your budgeting. From experience writing something on your organization, with great time and have a bunch of resources around budgeting.
Yeah.
They're also going to lots of workshops also over in this team.
Yeah.
We're going to suggest the simple form 424 for the budget categories. Okay. So that has 9 budget categories to break things down. Yeah, that's easy to track. Yeah. And then also, if you are not sure if your organization is ready to apply, consider serving as an application reviewer. Because what your experience, your expertise, your lived experience is exactly what qualifies you to be a peer reviewer in this process. So you can sign up, you can see what your applications look like, which I always find to be really great because I'm like, what am I going to put it at? So definitely that's another way of participating in this as well. Next slide. Let's get some stuff to the end here. My obligatory QR code. Everybody needs a QR code. I told my team, I said, we need a QR code.
It's 2024, it's hit.
It's the trend.
Yeah. But this is where you can see the stay connected. It'll take you to the site. Scroll down to the bottom of the web page. And down there you can see there's different options of I'm interested in applying. I'm interested in serving as a community advisory board member. I'm interested in serving as a reviewer. or promote the other five. So you can check all four boxes, that's great. Or two boxes, or one boxes, or no boxes. But either way, you'll start to receive our information. Next slide. Better information on all of our socials, my communications teams that put the socials up there.
Also send it out.
We send it.
Yeah.
At least one of his presentations will start.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the links are active in PDF. So if you just go see it.
Just loaded it to the phone. It loaded it into the app.
An
Is
app?
that right?
Wait, an app? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it loaded to my phone, like there's a whole app for it.
It's a website.
Website.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's over now. He's like, there's all sorts of QR codes going on. But this one will get you to the website there. Let us know. So if you have questions, I'm here. I realize I'm probably holding up everybody between here and lunch. Or but if you have any questions, let me know.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Did you not want to go over?
Just put this up while I answer questions. So,
Got it.
yeah, the triangle there, that's the getting you ready for your next funding opportunity. And that is where the TikToks come in to be able to help match your project with other funding opportunities. So other programs. So this is the stepping stone. This is your first start. Right now we're in the yellow marker there at the beginning where it says getting ready and preparing to apply.
Yeah.
That's where we are, and you kind of see like what the keywords is going to be. I could geek out about this because I'm not a visual.
Yes. Yes. Are there any questions? Because I know we're close on time. Any questions for Christine?
Y'all have any questions?
Yes, come find me.
Yeah.
Over here, I'll give you things that I can't say out loud.
Yeah, so we'll hold the questions because I know we're getting close to lunchtime. It is lunchtime essentially. And I want us to move forward with the next speaker. But if she is here, she has a table outside, so please utilize her as a resource. Yes, so utilize her as a resource as well, just for additional questions that you might have. Yes.
Due to circumstances, lunch is about 30 minutes behind, so we're gonna do our next speaker, and then we spoke the ticket. We all put two up, maybe we can put one up, and we can do surveys together. Let's be about.
Thank you so much for the updates. Well, certainly in the meantime, again, please give a round of applause for Christine as well. It's such a valuable information. I'm so glad you're doing it. So glad you're doing this. And we'll just transition into our next speaker is Daryl Starling. Daryl Starling has a bachelor's degree from the University of South Florida in interdisciplinary social science. He's also a native of Tampa, where he has over 10 years of experience in community development, economic development, and program management. And while serving on the East Tampa Community Development Partnership as a board member and co-chairman of the Economic Development and Yankee Committee, Dale's created his first business incubator in East Tampa, initiated construction of a roundabout on 40th Street to provide the Brownsville's grant in partnership with the University of South Florida. He's also served on the Affordable Housing Advisory Team for Polk County, and Mateo has been an integral part of projects to the Lakeland and Bartow area. He currently serves as the president and founder of D. Starling Consulting, DSC, where he contracted with several cities and developers across the state. And the sole goal of DSC is to reconstruct, restore Black neighborhoods, especially within the Lake World community, where he has 19 housing projects slated for 2023, and he's working with the community leaders to bring a business development program to the Northeast neighborhood of Williams. Please give a round of applause for Daryl.
That's a lot. How's everybody doing this afternoon? Ready? Close to lunch. Might be in person first like before lunch because at the time I'm not paying attention, so I can say anything. I'm hungry. So if I say anything out of line, it is what it is. But I'm Daryl Starling. I'm on P. Starling Consulting. Are you guys familiar with CRAs?
Yes.
Community redevelopment agencies? Okay, so
Right.
yeah, I won't go into this, but basically CRAs are designed to help eliminate slum and blight throughout the state of Florida. I believe it was a process that was enacted in 1969, if I'm not mistaken. So my previous role before I started my own business was the CRA project manager for the city of Lake Wales. And then I jumped. I felt the Lord told me to jump, so I jumped and started my own business. And I have a specific niche. I focus on historic Black and low income neighborhoods. And what I do is help revitalize, help bring in more housing development, affordable housing, economic development, infrastructure improvement, address any health disparities, brownfields to help um, revitalize or redevelop, the properties there, help clean them up. Do phase one, phase two environmentals. I work with different institutions for remediation, turn them into affordable housing, commercial space, all of that good stuff. Why I'm here is because I, throughout my community engagement, with social service background, and government, see that there's something missing with our community leaders these days. We don't necessarily know what that is, but I'm gonna take a crack at it and explain to you what I think it is. The community leaders that we have today, I don't feel like we're really preparing them to go before individuals that can help shape neighborhoods, shape low-income neighborhoods and things of that nature. So that's why I started this community leadership workshop. Dr. Greg's out there. He basically helped me introduce this to his students. I think maybe in the beginning of 2023, maybe 2022, I don't know. So I've been doing this with my students. I've been doing this with some churches and some other community leaders. So let's jump right into it. Next slide. So why community leadership? I think I explained it. We need to prepare the individuals who are coming after us to make sure that they're representing their community the right way. Right. So there's 4 areas of community leadership that I'll be going into. Next slide. And you can skip that. That's fine. Well, yeah, that's good. So, what is community leader? So, I mean, this is the best, I guess, definition I found. Here's the definition of community leader. Community leader plays a prominent leadership role in guiding, directing, and organizing people to help make the community a better place for all residents. A community leader, your job, duties vary depending on the city and the issues being addressed. However, you typically work to establish community-wide goals, listen to the needs of the people, and group volunteers into teams that can address issues. That sounds a lot like what you guys are venturing into, right? Okay.
Yes.
It's also common for community leaders to be a liaison between people and authorities. So I took a slight pivot from what the previous presenters were presenting on, but everyone in here is a community leader. And I'll explain that to you why you are. We have to be prepared, whatever neighborhood, whatever community that you go back to, that you live, that you will live in the future, you're going to be able to shape that community in a good or bad way. Whether you're silent or whether you're real, different types of community leaders: spectator, complainer, planner, and doer. And I'll go through all 4. Next slide. So, spectator, basically, what we are sports fans. The definition is a person who watches a show, game, or other event. I won't go into detail, but a lot of times these are the individuals that they see a lot of things going on in their community. They turn a blind eye, they just don't say anything, or they're nervous or scared to move to the next level. These are the individuals that
live in your community, they know everything about everything, but no one really knows them, right? These are community leaders. The reason why they're community leaders is because people are watching them and gaining information from them. Oh, I don't have to necessarily touch my community. I don't necessarily have to shape the community's trajectory. I can just be silent. Yeah, I see the crime over there happening. Yeah, I seen issues over here at this elementary school, or I see these young people that maybe need mentoring. Yeah, I see all of that stuff, but I'm gonna just stay silent. I'm staying in the four walls of my house. I'm just going to be a spectator. So that's basically the first sign of the first area of the community leader. We can go to the next one. And I'm gonna read through these, zip through these for a second time. The next one is complainer. So all of us have complained about something. The definition of complainer: a person who expresses dissatisfaction or annoyance about something. This is a community leader. This is the community leader who runs their mouth and complains about everything. So they graduated from just being kind of stagnant or chilling in their house and things of that nature. Now they're getting out and they're voicing their concern, right? But that's all they do. And they may have some legitimate concerns, just like we may have legitimate concerns about air quality, about just environmental justice issues, but we're just complaining about it, right? We're not moving to the next level. And the next one is plan. So for me, a lot of these individuals, planner is a person who makes plans. You met someone who just they plan. They have a dream about so many things. They're like a jack or Jill of all trades, and they plan all of these events. They plan all of these things, but they never bring it to fruition. Yep. Yeah. They brag about, oh, yeah, this is what I'm doing. This is what I have going on, but they never see anything through. And in my line of work, I meet a lot of community leaders. They have great ideas, but they don't know how to get from A to Z, or they're not willing to put in the groundwork to get from A to Z. So the first one, you're being a spectator, you're noticing these issues. The second one, okay, you're complaining about these issues. The third one is just like, okay, you know what? I'm going to plan something else. Since you don't see anything that's happening in my community, why don't I take the next step to plan, an event, plan, X, Y, and Z to help better my community. But you just put it on paper. You don't see it through. So we go to the next one. And the last one of these four is a duty. This is where you want to be, right? That's why you're for. No. Okay. Well, a doer is seeing those plans through. So you graduated with all of those three steps, and now you're actually doing the work. Doing the person who does something, basically. The person who acts rather than merely talking or thinking. Right? This is where you want to be. And if I can appeal to the students and graduate students, bachelor level students, this is what you want to strive to be. In any walk of life, any boardroom, any events that you're going to, you want to be a doer. Don't just be a spectator, a complainer, a planner. Do something about it. But I didn't mention advance community leader. Want everyone but you don't necessarily have to. I think you should. The game changer. The game changer is literally setting the game in every direction. That person is doing something that has never been done. That person is doing something that is extremely controversial. That person, I know we see MLK, we know his contribution, specifically the Black community and local community, know his contribution. You see him locking arms with a lot of people. But I'm pretty sure if you were to ask Martin Luther King right now, how does he feel as far as like partnering and gaining support? Just his overall sense of who's with him.
Well, I would think he would tell you that sometimes he feels alone being a game changer. Because when you're at this level, you have a lot of enemies, even enemies who look like you. And sometimes the most enemies look like you. And I'm going to, but where I know it. And I've seen so many um, enemies, in my face, seeing who I be, and then they're going to the city commission, to um, news outlets, going to union leaders saying X, Y, and Z about, because I'm at that level. So my only thing about being at this level, yes, is great, and you can change the trajectory of communities at this level. Sometimes it is long. Sometimes you have to go out there, speak on things that are very controversial, and you'll have to bite your tongue. You'll have to because as you guys can see, I grew up in West Tampa, different mindset over there. A lot of people I definitely don't know that. I'm like, you told me about 15 years ago, different. Just to say, I'm at that level, and there's a lot of things through growth that I have to make sure that I'm doing right because the greater good is change the trajectory of the community. And I'm going to show you guys how I become a game fan. Okay, this slide. Listen, you can go to the next one. Sorry. So I created this concept called Reconstruct Now, just based on my experience working in and growing up in a historically Black neighborhood, right? So this could be for any neighborhood, but I'm only speaking about historically Black neighborhood because I've always growing up in West Tampa with a single mom who, did her best to keep me out of trouble when I was a knucklehead. I saw a lot of things in my community. Even from an early age, I said, you know what? When I have the opportunity to, I'm going to help pour back into my community. Unfortunately, that door wasn't open for me when I got into college to come to West Tampa, but the city of Lake Wales opened another door for me, and that was through the Northwest Neighborhood. So I created this concept. It's called Reconstruct now. Reconstruct is just to build or form something again after it's been damaged or destroyed. So it's based on a 3-year model, right? And it's an initiative designed to restore togetherness throughout the community, all while rebuilding the neighborhood brick by brick. So I'm a man of faith. This literally is a concept from the Book of Nehemiah, right? To strengthen, start, and strive. So I'll quickly go through those principles. So when I first came into the Northwest neighborhood of Lake Wells, there was a huge disconnect between the city, the police department, and the community. I'm not saying it's perfect now, but it's gotten a lot better since I've enacted this concept. What I have to do is strengthen the relationship between all of those entities because they needed one another. The first initiative that I did was put together a mural, a street mural. We call it Lincoln Line. So, corner of 6th Street and Lincoln Avenue in Lake Wells. So it's basically a line facing east on the grade. And around the line, meaning we have the community leaders and families around that name who helped build the Northwest neighborhood. So the reason why I had to start with something like that was because I could bring in city officials, the police department, and the community leaders all in one place, not talk to one another for various issues, but they're all helping pay, right? And it's to show the community that there's something coming up, right? So after I did that, I started working on programs. Now, with this concept, it's top heavy on affordable housing because in historically Black neighborhoods, there's going to be a variety of issues, but one of them is a lot of vacant lot, a lot of dilapidated buildings, a lot of blight. So we had to fill in the gaps, right? We had to provide new construction to vacant lots, and we did that. We helped raise the property value. It's one way you help raise the property value in these blighted communities. So I created an initiative for to help developers come in and build affordable housing, create a down payment assistance program. And that program right there is something that is near and dear to me because it's a generational wealth. Right? So once you own property, you're able to pass that property down from one generation the right way. Then you do create generational wealth. Right? There's another issue, and it's called heirs property. That's when the property is belonging to a bunch of people, right? And it needs to get untangled. This is a huge issue in the Black community, and we have to oversee the heirs property program to untangle those properties where it's under one person's name, so they can either get a home constructed, or they can get a home built on the property, so they can generate revenue. So I had to start with a program implementation development, and then the third year, which we're now in the third year right now in the Northwest neighborhood. I should keep going back right. That's just one of the areas that I'm working in right now, the Northwest neighborhood. We're in the third year. So the third year, we're hitting our stride. Right. So we built about, I think, 21 new homes, and this is a small area. In Lake Wells. Are you guys familiar with Lake Wells, Polk County? Yeah. Small. It's about maybe like over 1,600 people in the Northwest neighborhood. Lake Wells is about 17,000 population. So this is a small area, and to get 21 homes built in that area is just unheard of. Within only 2.5 years, and we got 22 homes on slate, and these new homes to be built, and that's not even including the rehab programs that started that focuses on rehabbing seniors' homes, not just roof, fascia, soffit, and paint, but we're building railways, we're building walkways, we're helping with AC units, tubs, windows. All of that stuff I designed to help build the property value, help with their quality of life. But this is all for revitalization of that community. Okay, next one. And this is just a couple things that I've been able to do as far as development wise. And this is important for you all to know too, because this is really linked to environmental justice. I'm working with a young lady right now who owns the property where it used to be a gas station, right? So the brownfields property. Yeah, so of course she had phase one, phase two environmental assessment. She doesn't need remediation because the caps were closed. They did testing, found out there's no leakage or anything like that. But it's important that you all know that being a good community leader, you have to be linked to the developers, linked to cities, who can tie all that stuff together. Because when she bought the property, she had no idea that it was an old gas station. It just looked like a building. But no, once you do research, you see that it's all got a gas station, making sure that none of that gas came out in that community. And there are things that we have to be conscious of, right? In the background that you guys do. So these are just some of the developments I've been able to do. I want to highlight just a couple. Is it on there? I don't see it on there. Well, about community garden, we were talking about community garden. I was able to work with the Florida Department of Health. They gave us $5,000 to be applied money for. It's been rough. They gave us $35,000 to do a community garden, and we're almost ready to join. Because it's just me, I have community gardens, but it's a huge health barrier in that area. They did all kind of research data, linked up with different hospitals to do different assessments in that area. So I said, hey, why not do a community garden here, right across the street from public housing? Okay. And it's called the Grove. So that's something that I did. And another thing that's extremely important, I know we talk about streams of income, trying to get funding and stuff like that through the Community Reinvestment Act. That's a federal act government and put in place to say, if there's any banking online or anything, please give me grace. But it's really designed to hold accountable. So I did a bank bus tour because we're underbanked, we're underserved financially in these communities. So I said, why not, instead of y'all seeing recruits individuals, your bank, you come to these communities and see exactly what they need. So I was able to do a bank bus tour, which I only did one. And we got this concept going around different cities. But all I need to do was one, because now I got South State Bank gives us money, unattached money, not grants, just money for down payment assistance for a business assistance program for starting up now. So banks are a great tool to use specifically in CRA areas because they have a federal obligation to give time, resources, and things of that nature to these areas. So, all right, some of the wins. They're here. For the sake of time, I won't go through all of them. But I did want to point out one thing that having me discussion about this work that we put in for these 3 years. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with TIF funding, tax increment financing. Okay. So going to everything, basically, it's a concept through the CRA designed to reallocate funding, property tax funding, back to CRA areas. And this is an agreement through the city and the county. Right? So the Northwest neighborhood was really, really low in terms of increment property tax money be given to the county, and then shot back to before I started. We put together this concept, and this 3 year concept is kind of like under umbrella for what the city strategic plan is doing. It's called Lake Wells Connected. So within those 3 years, we've been able to vastly improve, and I don't have it down up here, vastly improve the tips, the increments coming back to the Northwest neighborhood. Now we're exceeding downtown. So we're getting more property taxes because of the homes being built, the property value raising. Because you guys know when property value comes up, pay more, taxes. Unfortunately, your property values like just for example, if it's $90,000, and this is not hard, it's $90,000 in 2021. In 2024, we've done all the work. It's worth 120,000 because of all that work we've done. They might have you paying what it took $100 more for property taxes, but your property value is up. So now you can take on a loan against the home to start a business. You can get a line of credit. You can do all of this. And this is linked to generational wealth. Right? All right, we can go to the next. Okay, so avenues that you guys can become game changing. Actually, you can go to the next one. I'm sorry. So you can go back. You guys need it.
Oh, you're good.
Okay.
Keep going.
Okay. Key avenues to become a community, right? And this is to me just the basic stuff. Understand the issues needed to be addressed in the community, of course. Neighborhood bullying, crime, property leadership, property leadership. These are all important. We have to be realistic. Crime is going to deter a lot of business from coming into the neighborhood. There's one thing that I've been able to work on through community leaders. One of the community leaders that I work with is a game changer. And then getting to know the players in your neighborhood, the community leaders who are already yours, the organizations, the political figures. It's so important. I know a lot of times politics deters people, but at the end of the day, especially at the local level, because you don't understand local level politics touch you quicker than federal. So you have to get engaged with your local political figures. And then attending meetings like the neighborhood association, city council, or the city and county commission, and civic committees and boards. One piece of advice one of my professors told me at USF was if I truly wanted to be involved with neighborhood engagement, community engagement, I needed to join some kind of city committee or county board or something like that. So I did. My first role was volunteer. I served on the East Tampa Community Revitalization Partnership. And I was co-chair of the Economic Development and Land Use Subcommittee. So if you all, just like I tell Dr. Grad students, if you all are interested in really taking your community leadership to the next level, let me know. Built a program where I work one-on-one with individuals, taking literally, if you're a spectator, I'll take you from a spectator, if you want to become a game changer, I work with you on that. With key individuals in every walk of life that you appeal to for that training, or if you want your community, associations, community associations, or any committees or churches, if you want to really become involved and have them come out and train you on how to be true community leaders. So that you know. All right, we can go to the last slide. All right, so that's the end of my slide. So I usually have a little thing there. I don't know why it's not there, but you guys like controlling Buffaloes on the football buff. Deion Sanders, you got him, Deion Sanders. He tells his recruits, I ain't hard to find. You're not hard to find. All right, don't go to that website. I'm not a tech guy, so let's start. But I'm here to keep it up. You know, so that's my email address and my phone number. We have questions, but could you guys do me a favor before I get out of here? Could you pull out your phones? Everybody pull out your phones. I'm sorry, don't kill me. Right. So could you go to Legacy Housing Documentary? So Legacy Housing Documentary. I don't know if he's able to pull it up.
We're currently trying to pull it up now.
Okay, if not, maybe show me your phone, so I believe you can go there. So Legacy Housing Documentary. It's a documentary, about a 45-minute documentary for all you documentary buffs that I did regarding one of the programs that I started in Lake Wells out of Northwest Neighborhood. Right there. It was one for seniors. So if you guys can go check that documentary out, give me some feedback. But it'll give you that goes to QR code right there. But I work with different community partners, the cities. We have a great at Lakewell. We have a great city commission, the city CRA board. I know a lot of areas are not able to say that. We allocated just for the legacy housing program started. We allocated over $1 million just to get these seniors home rehab. So go check out that documentary I did. Hope you guys love it. Leave a comment for me, please. But if you need any assistance moving forward, be a community leader. We have a question for you. Okay.
Yes, thank you so much, Daryl. But first, let's please give him a round of applause. So much. Absolutely. And again, these resources will also be not only in it will also be in the post summary of the summit. So definitely be on the lookout for that. I know we have a couple of questions, so we'll do our best to take as many as we can.
My question is, I know I'm in the CRs, I know I'm in the HUD zone, I know I'm in the enterprise zone. However, in the city of Orlando, Paramore, this community, we have venues that increase the property value of surrounding communities. We have the downtown UCF campus. Those who are the bus tour, $13 million worth of valuable land was given to them. They pay no taxes. So they're on the CRA zone and they're actually receiving CRA funding. So have you ran into that scenario where even the Camping World Stadium is in the CRA zone? So every public venue, even the downtown performing arts facility, is in our CRA zone. And so Paramore encompasses half of the CRA zone. Yet when you drive through, you see none of that revenue that is generated coming back into our community. And so how do we deal with that scenario? So we can move forward, because I see the tax dollars that comes in. And I think it's pretty. We went right by a park and asked and told everybody they put barriers up when they have an event at UCF, but they got $7 million from the CRA, so funding to do that.
So
let me just, without seeing the budget, without seeing the programs or the strategic plan that you all have here, I'll just say my personal view. If you're in a CRA and you're one of these major institutions that can contribute to the pot, you shouldn't get what is called a TIF rebate. It sounds like that may be what they got. So it's hard from a city standpoint because you have to try to generate property tax revenue to pour back into the community. You can't do that until you give incentives to these developers and these businesses to come into the community, right? So if your establishment is worth like $1 million, right, and you're going to generate, let's just say, $50,000 from property taxes, right? So let's just say you got an agreement between the city and the county, because the county receives all. 25,000 is going to go to the county. 25,000 has to come back to Paramore, right? But for the city to recruit for UTF, Secretary of State, before they even do a development, they'll say, okay, so we're coming into an enterprise zone. We're coming into a CRA. How can we cut costs? What kind of incentives the city could give to me from USF? What kind of incentive the city could give to me? The city will say, okay, we can do X, Y, Z. UCF, well, that's gotta pay $50,000 of property tax. Okay, we'll give you a TIF rebate. The TIF rebate is basically saying a CRA funding that will help, quote unquote, pay that property tax. So it seems like, that's what, and I'll look into that. It seems like that's what's happening. People would never do that. To be honest with you, if I was on CRA board or advisory committee, just because that's so much money that is being pushed back into Paramore, I would do more so from a lower development level. We call them low income developers who you own property, you live in Paramore, you own property in Paramore, you're paying about $2,000-3,000 for property tax. I would more so rather the funding go toward you who've been paying into the TIF than for a major establishment who can afford to, pay property taxes. It's unfortunate. I'll look into it, but if there's an agreement, a legal agreement already put in place, it's hard to circumvent that. But I can look into that.
Another question, you, and then I'll come to you as well.
You hold all in Florida, the whole state, or anywhere?
Never will. And you can tell me your city, because I've reached out to so many cities that box me out.
We're based in Triton.
No. It's a city in that area.
Just to actually get more from what she just said, how do we even get to the level where the community is not aware that developers are coming into the community? That the whole community gets surprised when construction is taking place. They have no opportunity to actually be part of the process, going back to wisdom and also being in the place where they negotiate for themselves and create CBS community-based agreements. That opportunity was never there. The only time that they received information about the construction from purpose of the community was the fact that it was being built. But the people who are being affected were not in the room to negotiate with the developers what $1 million they can do that. But essentially they are not part of the agreement. So that's where the issue is.
So that's
We were in the mall from somewhere, but the deal for, and I know that the city of Orlando is unique, but it's not unique. This is going on throughout our communities, and we need to be aware. I mean, pull the budgets down, and it's devastating to know that my property taxes have increased here in Paramore because of all the things that we've done. But you put in place for new people to move in for their property taxes to stay at a certain level. So I'm funding your programs, and yet I can't get my roads paved or anything, and I was a business owner for 45 years in the CRA zone. So, yeah.
I was just gonna say that
I know he had a whole.
the thing that you're specifically referencing is actually part of current development plans, right? Every single time a construction thing goes through, now this happens behind, the state of Florida and your municipality is required to have these meetings. And this is where the developer pitches the idea essentially to the city. What ends up happening tends to be is they have checkbox instead of actually doing community engagement and making sure that they are making the community aware. But the thing that you're looking for consistently is going to be on any agenda for your city commission meeting. It's going to be the urban development plan. And those things are required to do the construction in the city. So the problem is you're really that. And that's something that we're trying to talk about and address.
Brother, you hit it right on the head. You did too. There's to me, when there's a problem, there's a solution, and I think us, you know, and specifically the Black community, I think that we don't necessarily think we're all first and foremost resolution. How are we going to solve this instead of, you know, bringing it out, complaining about it? Yeah, it needs to be brought up, but how can we resolve this? Just like that bank buster, I believe that we shouldn't always have to go to city council meetings. We shouldn't always have to go to city commission. Bring them to our community, because then you get the climate change because people are off work, right? Because sometimes these city council meetings, things of that nature, there when people are at work or early in the morning. And then there's a lot of people who help build these communities. They're not really computer savvy. So it's one thing that you can have it live stream, but no, you need to have it at a time where people could come in and, you know, ask these questions. And then government is interesting because when you do ask a question, you only got about 2-3 minutes to do it. And then you got to sign up. Seriously, you got to sign up prior to the meeting. And it's called Robert's Rules of Order. They have a whole concept already put in place. And that's why I think it's more important for you not only to attend those meetings, but you need to have a community meeting to hold these developers and city members accountable. In Tampa, man, they did it right. Right? Hey, Walmart was trying to come in and do a grocery store, and they had some backroom meetings with the mayor. So I was a newbie, you know, experiencing all this. But when I got there, one of the meetings, it was like, "Hey, Walmart, they come to our meeting, ask us how we want that building designed and how X, Y, and Z." So, you know, they did. Walmart officials came directly to the next meeting. They came to a resolution where they designed it that we can appeal to the historic value of the community, right? But that's something that was done outside of the city commission meetings. As someone who worked for the city, they have their meetings. They do. But I'm saying, but like I said, you just not for the table. So you have to have these meetings, bringing them to your community. And you got to see the right questions. Right? So that's one of the ways that I would help resolve that issue.
Thank you. We have one more question over here.
Here, this is something that I have found in many places. I work not just in Florida, but in other states as well. And I want to know from perspective if you know that there are any programs or advantages for people in this situation. So I work in a lot of Black communities that are in CRAs, and there are schools that were completely divested there, right? They were there in the time of segregation. In some of these places, the communities have been the ones they have said, give it to us for $1 a year. They do it for, they're in there, they've got a free clinic in there. They've got all kinds of things in there to try to help people, but the building's falling apart. These programs that are coming out that are good for nonprofits, you know, some of them just the money is not really enough. I mean, these are schools. They're large buildings with facilities. Maybe they've been able to redo basketball court. Maybe they've been able to redo the cafeteria. Is anybody looking at that? They're in opportunity zones. They're in CRAs. Is there a funding opportunity, or is there somebody who helps you to strategize? For just folks like you who are consultants who are in that area. is there a road for these people? These are the best of the best people. They stood in front of the bulldozers when they were gonna take those things down. They went in there, the professionals among them, the doctors, the attorneys, whoever they had, who had any capacity. And it's an asset to the community, it's an asset to the country. And what is there anything? Yeah.
So school, just for that example, that school is owned by the school board, the city, who's giving?
Owned by the CRA in one case. Well, and you have to have the write-off from the city, so it's the city property. So those in one of these places, because this is a thing. This is not just in one place. So in one place, right, is the city that owns it, is the CRA that's running the thing. They're thinking it's costing too much money and they kind of want to get rid of it anyway. So that the people who were the ones who are the people in the community that are community leaders, right? And you've got a contract with the city. Okay, we'll manage it. We'll start bringing in the kinds of things that can generate some revenue in this particular place. The reason I'm saying this is because we've been attacking this through resilience hub funding, as we can find it, because resilience hubs are something that are being funded now. And in some cases, that's really, really helpful. So in one case, it's the city that owns it, and yes, having it on its books through the CRA, right? So the CRA is handling the management. Another place, it is that the folks leasing it or whatever, $1 a year, because what they're doing is help community, and that is it's in a rural area, it's in Chipley, it's in the Panhandle, so it's either the mayor who attended the meetings. I think it's the municipality.
So it's a little tricky just because CRA dollars, the way they can be allocated toward reinvesting in their own property is very tricky. You will have anyone who wants to find out more information of how you can reinvest dollars like that to infrastructure improvements and stuff like that is Florida State Statute 163.370, I believe. 380 for Florida State Statute 163.370 and 380. What it looks like, what's happening is very convoluted with kicking the can down the road, that whole relationship. Simple solution to me, and like I don't just off the cuff, a simple solution would be the city is paying for property taxes. So the CRA is not getting anything from that, return on investment. That's what legislators care about, when you're talking about, pouring money into something like that, a return on investment. So it should be a request for proposal put out to a for-profit business to take over that establishment with some guidelines in a development agreement saying that you have to do X, Y, Z, and establishing some metrics, that they can present on a quarterly basis, how they're helping out with X, Y, Z. Then the CRA then in turn giving them funding support for that. And then they can even partner with them for like some infrastructure improvement grants through RIF. That's through the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity. That's a possibility as well. But to me, it needs to get out of the city and the CRA hands, to be honest with you, because CRAs, they will, since they have an established year that they will be, and we want to have laws put in place to where those dollars are still, being put toward that community in the right way. So just off the top of my head, it seemed like maybe they could work out an RFP, request for a proposal, and put it out for a for-profit business that will pay taxes, pour it back into that community, but they will have some stipulations because the community wants X, Y, and Z, and then you can support that establishment through CRA and also profit dollars with that establishment through RIF, infrastructure improvement funding.
Thank you so much. I know we're getting close to time, so if you have additional questions, we'll make sure to post his information so that you can get in contact with him directly, because we are going to transition into a very important session, which is give him another round of applause. Thank you. So now we are going to again transition into lunch. So I would love to have Mrs. Stella, who can come up here to the front to bless this food.
Good afternoon, everyone. So you guys are having in here. It's time to eat, and I have been asked to have the blessing. Oh, I'm just holding it. Will you bow? Dear Lord and Heavenly Father, we just thank you and praise you. We glorify your name and we lift you up. Now, Lord, unto you that is able to do exceedingly abundantly all that we could ask or think. Lord Jesus, we ask you to bless the individuals that have prepared food. And now, Lord, we ask you to bless the food that we are about to receive for the nourishment, strength, and healthy. And Lord God, please bless those that have not. In the blessed name of Jesus, we pray. For his sake. And everyone said, Amen.
Amen.
Thank you so much. So feel free to get up, get a stretch in, and we can transition our way to have lunch. And we'll promptly be back at 1:30 p.m.
Hi, Dr. Padden. It's just you online. So I just want to know we're going to break for lunch and we will be coming back to the meeting. I'm going to go ahead and mute the call. Thank you so much for your patience. Hey, Dr. Patton, I am going to unmute you. Dr. Patton, are you there by chance?
And we've had community.
I am not hearing you. Hold on
Yes,
one second.
I'm here. Like I am. Take the data that we. Yes, I'm here. And literally shut down
One
highway.
moment, our sound is still doing a little wonky.
Because we showed that the highway was going to increase flooding.
No problem. Well, in the meantime, how's lunch, everyone? So let's give a round of applause to our cooks back there. We're amazing. We really are absolutely amazing. I just fills my heart with content with food. So I appreciate it. Absolutely, that's good.
Just disconnected.
No problem. Well, good. Well, we're so glad that you were able to enjoy that. It was fulfilling. You got some good water, stay hydrated, of course.
Dr. Patton, could you go ahead and try to speak now? Are you there, Dr. Patton?
Yes.
I think we got you. Go ahead. Dr. Patton.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, loud and clear. Good afternoon, Dr. Claire. How are you doing over there?
I'm doing okay.
Yeah, right. Okay. Well, we are so grateful to have you here. We really are. And so I'll do a quick brief introduction for Dr. David Pageant, who is a native of Baltimore, Maryland, and a graduate of Western Kentucky University and the University of Florida at Gainesville, where he currently serves as an associate professor of geography and the director of geographic information sciences, or also known as GIS, laboratory at Tennessee State in Nashville, Tennessee. He has served local learning and observations to benefit the environmental partner and trainer for TSU since 2001. Since 92, Biden has been the owner and chief consultant, GEO Mental, multifaceted environmental consulting firm. His current and recent clients include Air Alliance Houston, Nashville Davidson County Metropolitan Government, Black Enterprise Magazine, Patterns Miami, shout out to Miami, and the Southern Coalition for Social Justice. Pageant has also been a lead for the HBCU Environmental Justice Technical Team, which we'll get a chance to talk about briefly, where they are developing a Justice 40 tracking and demonstration tools and the HBCU Climate and Environmental Justice Screening Tool. And so, of course, among many other things, learning achievements, he's contributed so much time and dedication, especially to community-centered change, and we just are just so grateful. So please give a round of applause for Dr. David Pageant.
Good. Yes.
Just so you understand, we are on we can see you visibly, but whenever you get the chance, if you want to do a share screen for your
Yes.
they're be able to go.
Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon. I am. Thanks for that introduction. So I'm going to get the share my screen here. Oh, have to get permission to share my screen. So okay, see, that's good to go here. Okay, I guess everybody can see that screen. So this is the agenda for today. It's going to be I'm going to try to jump right into getting some hands-on exposure to the tool because it's right after lunch and we know how that is. And from what I hear, you had a pretty good lunch. So I've already been introduced, and so I am the lead for the environmental justice technical collaborative. And just a brief background, about 3 years ago, Dr. Robert Bullard, father of environmental justice, reached out to me after his center at Texas Southern University received a substantial award from the Bezos Earth Fund. And the part of the purpose of that fund was to engage and fund Black-led organizations working in environmental justice communities. And during the process, geographic information systems and geospatial technology kept coming up in the conversation. And so Dr. Bullard wanted us to have ownership over the technology so that we would not have to outsource that capability to someone outside of the Black community or outside of the HBCU community also. We wanted to have homegrown expertise in these areas. And I mean, I don't have to explain to anybody at this meeting how important it is to have experts who look like the people in the communities that we serve. And so we completed one project. Our first project was to develop a tool that tracks federal spending down to the community level. We developed that tool using Pennsylvania and Maryland as our case study sites, if you will. And then we started to wonder, well, what about states that don't have their own screening tools? So I know Maryland has Maryland EJ Screen. New York has its tool. Obviously, Cal Enviro Screen, and we could go on and on and on to many of the blue states that have their own state tools. But when we get into the red states, there are no tools. I think North Carolina just released something, but if you get into where the bulk of African Americans live in the South, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Texas, Louisiana, Florida, no tools in sight, and probably now after this last election, we can forget that at this point. So the question is, we have to develop our own tools. And so we did develop a tool in part response to the climate and economic justice screening tool, otherwise known as the CJIS, which was Taylor presented to you all earlier today. But that tool, as I'm sure she mentioned, does not include race. One of the variables that's not in there is race as an indicator of disadvantage. And, that is, to some of us, pretty obvious. Even the environmental justice literature says that race is the primary predictor for whether or not an individual will live in or near undesirable land uses, not income. It's not a class issue. But because of the political climate we're in, the Biden administration decided not to include race as a variable in creating the indexes that were inherent in the CJIS tool. So Dr. Bullard commissioned our team to create the HBCU climate and environmental justice screening tool. Notice that the Biden administration is the climate and economic justice screening tool, not environmental, which explains some of the outcomes that we get. So we released that tool 2 years ago, and then we got into the Justice 40 initiative, and of course we know that the goal of the initiative is to have 40% of benefits from specific programs in Justice 40 go towards quote unquote disadvantaged communities. And well, how do we measure that? If it's not going to be dollars, it's going to be benefits. Kind of nebulous. And so the Council for Environmental Equality developed their scorecard. for Justice 40, which is kind of like self-reporting. So of course, I mean, imagine if I was to allow my students to grade themselves. Oh, they all have 4.0s, even if they didn't come to class, didn't do any work. Oh, I'm great, 4.0. So self-reporting is kind of questionable sometimes. You know, how many people are going to downgrade themselves? So Dr. Bullard wasn't satisfied with that. And, you know, he's on the White House Environmental Justice Committee. And he commissioned us again to create the tool that we're about to experience or beta test right now. So you're only the third group to really get a hands-on exposure to this tool. And we really would appreciate your input. So instead of having everybody hunkered down over your computers, now if you have a laptop, fine. I've shortened the URL. The tool has as you can see, it has a very long URL, but I have shortened it to https://tinyurl.com/HEJCT J40 tool. So if you can just type that into your browser, you should be able to get to the tool. And this is going to be interactive right off the bat. And so I'll give you all a moment. Now you don't have to, you can participate even if you aren't surfing around with the tools. What happened was we've done a lot of beta tests over the past 2 years with our tool, and currently, speaking of tools, I am one of the primary subject matter experts under contract with EPA, training community-based organizations who are applicants for the community change grants, these 10 to 20 million dollar grants that have been described earlier. And every one of those applications has to have what's called a project area map. And the directions or instructions for creating those project area maps are created using EJ Screen. Now these applicants can use other tools, but it's much easier if EJ Screen is used. And so as Taylor pointed out earlier today, that tool has come a long way, and I think it's version 2.3 now. And so there's so many things that can be done with that tool by people who are novice users. You can very quickly do things that it would take days to do when I was making maps back in the Stone Ages with pen and ink, and even the earlier versions of GIS. So our tool, and I'm going to go to it right now. Like I said, in earlier, can everybody see that? Is that on the screen?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
we can see.
Okay, I'm not sure of the share. Okay, so this is the tool, and I've already locked it in. Well, notice that we have most of the southeastern states, Gulf states and Georgia covered, and we do have data for the entire country. And so I am going to kind of zoom in on Orlando, Florida, just so that we'll just start there. So what are we looking at? So every quarter, the dollar amounts funded to under the Justice 40 program are reported, and on the left-hand side, you can see the cumulative amounts of money awarded to various agencies that trickles down. I hate to use that term, trickle down, but it moves down to communities and organizations at the local level. presumably 40% of the benefits from these funds should go to these blue shaded census tracts that are identified by the Climate and Environmental Justice Screening Tool. Now, the ones that are not shaded are presumably not disadvantaged. And so disadvantaged means that there are several categories that may be exceeded for various census tracts, such as perhaps poverty, perhaps other variables, flood risk, wildfire risk, depending upon what those variables are, that will push a community into the disadvantaged category. Of course, race is not among those variables that was used in the math to determine what is or is not a disadvantaged community. And we could talk all day about why that is or is not valid. So anyway, so I've just clicked on a census tract here. Well, that is presumably a disadvantaged census tract, I guess near Orlando's airport. I guess that's kind of south of Orlando from what I read, south part of town. I've been to Orlando in a long time. Well, that's the executive airport. Anyway, but let's look at some of these other tracks. Here's another one. 3 criteria exceeded. Now, and then in the middle of the screen are the various agencies where funding has come from, down to organizations at the community level. And so if you notice, we look at the wide view. Oh, like I said, just jump in and ask questions anytime. I want this to be a conversation. So if anyone has any questions, please, this is not meant to be me droning on. And don't worry, we're going to get some engagement as soon as I get past this little spiel to get us started. So if you notice that there are a lot of these point symbols that are not in disadvantaged communities, which we found interesting. That's one of the things that we found was that, wow, and then the ones that are in disadvantaged communities are almost entirely HUD. I think there's one here. I don't know what this is. This is the Department of Energy. Click on there. So let's see what that is. A National Energy Technology Laboratory. Energy storage. And so the question is, like I said, this tool is a beginning for people at the local level to do further research. And so we can take, say, this award ID number, and as it's laid out and then we can go to a site called usaspending.gov, and we can search by recipient. And let's see.
Hey.
Yes.
Let me ask you a question real quick.
Yes.
So actually, the coalition of 100 Black women was awarded the
Oh,
But it's the national.
I can't hear.
You cannot hear? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but whoever was asking the question maybe was farther away.
Okay. It was the National Coalition. We're in zip code 32805. We were just looking to see, but we were not Justice 40 funding.
Okay,
Only
yeah,
Justice.
Yeah, y'all are getting ahead of, yeah, we're gonna get to the interactive right after this. Just, yeah, so you're good. Y'all, that's what we want. We want people to just get into the tool and use it. Don't wait for me. So this is the Orlando. So here we have, they got $3 million, and let's see, they got $3 million. You can see what they've been getting. So recently, that was just this
I know.
this.
I was what you call when you said the Black sustainability. This is Lawana Yells. Welcome.
Yes.
OUC actually everybody, that is the Orlando utility. That's the facility by the Marine #2. That is what that is being used for.
Could you say it one more time, please?
The Orlando utility, OUC, that grant for $3 million is a storage facility, and where it's located is in our community, but it's for the arena, but it pays basketball. That's what it's being
Okay.
used for.
So yeah, that's exactly what this tool is meant to do. Because those of us, I don't, our developers, we don't live in Orlando or Atlanta or Tallahassee or wherever. So this tool allows for you all on a community level to see exactly where this money is going, and whether or not the community is benefiting at all from these funds. So we saw that, um, yes, indeed, yeah, well, you can say technically this site is in a quote unquote disadvantaged community, but is energy storage going to benefit anybody in this community? That I don't know. I don't live there, but you do. And you can raise questions. I mean, and that's one of the things that we like to put tools in the hands of people. And then because it's having data and information and being armed with data and information when questions are raised is empowering. And so one thing that you all already, everybody that works on the ground already knows is how to politically engage, who your Congress people are, who your representatives are, whoever might be in part responsible for what's happening in your community. You can raise questions. It's one thing to ask, where's all this money going, without any data? But now you have the data. They got $3 million, and as Ms. Gelzer mentioned, they're using it for as part of the arena. Now, I mean, would you say that that's benefiting the community at all? I don't know.
It shows that isn't. I'm sure it's that.
Say that one more time.
Are you still having trouble hearing me?
Okay, I can hear you now.
You can hear me now.
Yes, definitely.
And we said it sure is that.
It's not.
It's not at all.
So exactly. So that's exactly what this tool is meant to expose, is cases where, and see that without having community input, we would look at this or even, I mean, this is, I'm not assuming anything, but I might assume that the Department of Energy might say, hey, look, see, we've got an investment in a disadvantaged community, but or you just told me, hey, no, that's not a benefit. Yeah, it's in a disadvantaged community, but where are the benefits, right? And then we can start to raise questions. So now let's start to get everybody involved. Somebody mentioned a zip code area, so you can search by zip code area here. Go to the search tool here, and what was that zip code area?
That was zip code 32805.
32805. So I can navigate to that zip code area. And so the zip code area is outlined in red here. You can kind of see it It is presumably disadvantaged, and there is not a single Justice 40 investment in that zip code area at all, and it is disadvantaged. Um, yeah, nothing. There's some stuff that's close, but it's all HUD. But in the zip code area itself, um,
What you're,
there's
everybody, you took the tour down Division Street, remember I said Division Streets doesn't stand for black on one side, white on another side, it stands for economic division. All of that is on the east side of the Division Street, when you're downtown Orlando. Still zip code 32805, but it's not servicing the community. And that shows you exactly what we're talking about. Where it can come up from the community, the community. But no, yeah. But this tool to think, not just speaking, we actually have the tool necessary to back up this skill for use.
yeah.
Then
So
that's the
yeah,
first.
does anyone else?
32
304.
04.
32304.
32304.
From Tallahassee.
Oh, Tallahassee.
Fourth zip code in the state of Florida, so post.
Okay, so here is 32304. Is that, yeah. Let's see what's there. Where's that? There's a zip code area boundary. This is an interesting zip code area. So what's this? Tallahassee State College.
This is
What's
a
what?
HUD
Hold on.
This is USDA investments. So let's see what that is. Let's see. It's
Go ahead and introduce yourself real quick.
Dr. Padgett, this is Dr. Harrison. Out of Tallahassee, advocating for 2304 every day, all day, wake or sleep. What's happening there is you have, if I'm not mistaken, USDA, they got a housing project on Orange Avenue. And the USDA, well, I think they got the funding from that, gave them millions of dollars to rebuild it. And so it could be that that's what we're seeing. I can't be sure how to narrow that down. But 32304, that but that those buildings are not in 304. They're in another zip code. I don't remember what that is. But 32304 has, what is it, a promise zone? It's called a hub zone too, I think. There's several different layers there. But yet, the citizens are not getting that. That's what we've been fighting for. Maisha Mitchell is one of those proponents for, also every day, all day, trying to get people's attention. And now the storms are hit. We don't know who's gonna fund anything, but one of the other, I think it's 05, it's bond. There's a couple of areas we've written a $20 million community change grant for. So we had three areas: Bond, Frenchtown, and Greater Frenchtown, and Riverton Heights. Those areas, that is 3204 area. Some things are being done, like they're redoing one of the middle schools. They've got funding for that. There's not a whole lot of what we're seeing that is really being done. And so just giving you that feedback. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, but if you break it down, it says so the fundings come from USDA, Department of Agriculture, specifically the National Institute of Food and Agriculture. Then it goes to the Institute of Youth, Family and Community. And the program is Risk Management Education Partnership Program. So there's a start. What is that? So maybe that's benefiting the community. I don't know. But that's for the end user to to determine. I mean, you have enough information here, plus the awardee ID number, $420,000. Let's take the awardee ID number and let's see what's going on here. USA spending.gov. And I'll go back and let's see what's happening. See how much. So Tallahassee State College. Here's the most recent. Oh yeah. Ooh. In the past 12 months, they've gotten $28 million for something. This is the most recent, $447,000. And it's
And maybe it was written, they used to rename the college, because that's about the only thing that I can imagine that has been done over there.
yeah, so it's odd. I don't see USDA here. But let me go here. Maybe I can dig a little deeper. Okay, so here's the breakdown. And
They don't even have Florida State, they're the ones that are knocking everything down and rebuilding.
okay, there's agriculture, 420,000. That's just, yeah, it's just something different there. But, you know, we can just give you a jump start onto where some of this money is going. And so, so would you say that, I mean, from that the community is benefiting from that investment? I mean that's it's definitely disadvantage, but so how, would you say that the community is benefiting in any way from this investment of $420,000, or is that to be determined?
That's to be determined, because we don't, key players, they're not telling us what's going on in Florida State University. That's against them because I'm alumni, but right at the 3204 area, which is Frenchtown, all of the cultural, all of the businesses and, let's see, there's a street, Tennessee Street, and oh my goodness, I don't know if you've been to Tallahassee where they knock down the Fur and Auto, and they're putting those, the apartments for the students right there in the corner, what's it, Old Bainbridge Road? Yeah, so that, all of that, and it's just not jiving because they're the ones that's building in that area. The little homes and stuff that belong.
So we have close by, we have here's another US Innovation Park. Let me see what this is. So this is US Department of Energy, Golden
Innovation
Field Office, more energy storage. A lot of energy storage going on. $2.2 million. I don't know how much energy storage is going to benefit the community. Interestingly enough.
It's an industrial park where they put the magnet. I think it's magnet lab. I think that might be where that is. But is this comparing us to where we are right now in Paramore? I mean, you from where the funding is, how the funding division differentiates. I think I'm saying it right. Because as Ms. Gilzer has said, it's happening in all our communities. But where we are right now, sitting right here, I don't know whatever the zip code was,
the shenanigans is ongoing, doesn't matter where, and these proposals were put out to get this funding, but they're absolutely, like, what you're showing us is not showing us where we are actually living or sitting. And
Exactly.
benefit. I'm gonna hand the phone, microphone back.
Hi, Dr. David Patrick. This is Sierra.
Hi, how you doing?
How are you? One of the questions that I have that as communities use this type of tool to be able to gather that information, what can you suggest or some of like how, like for example, I'm thinking of if this information is available, how can communities be able to compile this information to be able to take it to a city commissioner meeting and create a report out of it that can be used to kind of for backing up some of the things that they're advocating for and using this as proof essentially of this money isn't being allocated to our communities.
Yeah, well, on one level, just the geography of the fact that a whole lot of these so-called Justice 40 investments are not going into disadvantaged communities. So just looking at the image, I mean, just that is a start to like what's going on. And then when you look at, okay, what we're doing is, this is a beginning, not an end. You just have to this because what we found is that. So what's interesting is that if you look at notice this says P-pop zip. This is the primary performance area, right? And so the lowest level of geography that we can get down to as Justice 40 is reported is the zip code area, right? So they're supposedly, this is the zip code area we're operating within. So we that's why we have the zip code area highlighted on the map. But remember the CGIS tool, but remember Justice 40 communities are defined as census tracts, not zip code areas. So there's a disconnect there. And so it, to some degree, takes, further investigation. So in theory, let's say here we have an investment here. It looks like it's at Florida State University from the Department of Energy. They could claim, well, we're operating within this zip code area. See, so in that zip code area, it does contain some disadvantaged communities, but how would you know that, right? I mean, we all know what our zip code areas are, but if someone asks you, what's your census tract? What's your census block group? Who knows that, right? So it's kind of deceiving. I don't want to use the word deceiving, but it's kind of, I'd say, confusing at best. So let's see what's happening at Florida State. So they got $800,000, almost $900,000 from the U.S. Department of Energy through the South SC Chicago Service Center. Chicago. Critical. Yeah. Yeah, I apologize. I'm sorry. Hello?
We're here.
We can hear you.
He's on the phone.
Yeah, just come around it, and you should see a call box, and you can just punch the code into the gate.
But as being situated, of course, this tool again is made to, it's a beta tool, but it's used to be able to show the disparities of where this funding is going.
Okay, I'll
And
see
so
you soon. The door be open.
it's important so that people can see in real time and what they're feeling is not in their mind, right? It's actually intentionally tracked. And how this information can be used to say a public comment here or a public hearing in general.
The first thing I said when I looked at a lot of the disparity was being spent is every single person has access to this for a single year, or every single 6 months, or every quarter if you want to. Print this so that you can be aware of where the money is spent and you can audit it. We know for a fact, for example, in the city of Orlando, they've gotten the resilience money, but many of the claims of what they have said they have done with that money as reported, ran and reported by them, we can verify that we're sitting in a place where they apparently have installed solar generators and solar panels on here according to the grant for the resilience. I don't see any of that here. And this is one of the best ways that we can use to prove, especially when we're talking about, and let's just be honest, what we're going to get to, these are going to be legal battles.
Yeah.
And these legal battles, we need agents to use the best legal settings. That's the best way for a team for a long time. The institution is going to be the keys to the game when it comes to information. Well, it's time that we got time to games well.
Wow. 156 days, so that's what they did with their money, they knocked their buildings down and now they're putting skyscrapers up. At Old Greenwich Road and Timpson Street. Across from Popeyes, some of us.
David Patrick, can you hear us? Are you okay?
Oh yeah, I can hear. Was that a question?
No, just wanted to make sure that you could hear us, okay?
Oh yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, everything's fine on this end. Just looking. So like I said, this is a starting point and allows people at the community level to get in on the back end and figure out exactly what's going on. And so in doing this research and developing this database, like I said, we found that we can drill down to a specific agency and zip code area. And so it just allows, it's a gateway for those who have obvious skills in digging and investigating. But without this tool, we would not know where any of this money is going. And we would only have to believe what we were being told by the agencies that are self-reporting through the scorecard. And the scorecard has no geography associated with it. It's just like I said, I don't know how it works, but if I'm not saying that agencies would do this, but they could say, well, look at this zip code area. It has some disadvantaged tracks, but clearly you're not in a disadvantaged track, which raises questions. You have to raise questions at that point as to exactly, what is happening. And that can only be done at the local level. And so, and it could be that, we did our last beta test in Atlanta, and we found in some cases in Atlanta that the recipient was doing some good things, perhaps. And then in other cases, we found, let's see, we have a HUD here, housing for the elderly contract renewals. You could say that elderly or 65 and older population can be defined in some cases as an environmental justice community. especially with regard to extreme weather. You know, that's the most difficult population to evacuate because they can pass away during the evacuation. Some people are very delicate. And then also mobility. It's very difficult to move people who have difficult with mobility. And so we saw in Hurricane Katrina, the overwhelming majority of fatalities were people 65 years of age and older with Hurricane Katrina. And we see that with a lot of extreme weather events, including heat, which kills more people than any other extreme weather event.
Right, no, for sure. But we have two questions. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, one of the questions that we have is how are these added to the database? Like, are they manually entered or are they linked in automatically?
Yes, we have a programmer who manually loads the data quarterly. The data are updated quarterly. And I think we are down to, I think we're pretty much up to date. But yeah, that's to answer your question. Yeah, the data are uploaded quarterly. The Justice 40 data are released quarterly and then added to the database. And then that has to be extracted and pulled into our ArcGIS platform. Yeah, so that's how that's done.
And then the second, well, part of it is, and when is it added? So you're saying that it's added quarterly?
Well, I should say the data is released quarterly by the federal government. The Justice 40 data is released quarterly by the federal government, and then we are able to pull that data from the federal funding database and then into our map table. And then, of course, it's displayed on the map.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, we're getting close, but I want to make sure that we leave enough space for any additional questions because we are getting close to time. Okay. And then the last question, one of the additional questions that we have, reported when granted or
disbursement.
or dispersed when it's for disbursement.
Yeah.
So is it reported when the grant is awarded or when the money is first dispersed?
Yeah, there are there are dates in the from when the awards are made. As you can see on the left-hand side of the screen, you can see exactly when various awards are made. So yes.
I think the question is whether or not it's awarded. It shows when the grant is awarded versus whether it shows when the first disbursement money is received.
Oh, that yeah, exactly. The award date and the actual fund receipt date from the federal government. Yes, those are two different dates. That we don't know.
Yeah, that's two different things. Draw down at the award, excuse me, that funding. Then different drawdown.
Thank you, Dr. David. I really appreciate that clarification.
Yeah, if some of you are on the using your laptops, I don't know if you're able to print these out, but we really appreciate it if you would just complete the survey.
Yes, we have surveys on the table, so of course you're more than welcome to fill them out.
Yeah, it's in the chat, and then you can
and certainly we'll also pass along this link as well so that you have it for reference. And definitely let us know when you have questions. Let David, Dr. Paget know if you have questions and suggestions of how it can be improved, or if there's other things that
Yeah.
or thought of that can be added.
Yeah, so if you're able to fill in the, it's a Word doc, or you can fill it in and then just download it and email it to the address that's on the survey. We really appreciate it. You know, we're like I said, you're only the third group to really have access to the tool. It's still kind of embargoed. And so anything that you would like to share with us, just to make the tool easier to navigate and manipulate, we really appreciate that.
Thank you, Dr. David Padgett. Can we please give a round of applause for Dr. David Padgett as well? I really appreciate your time. Really introducing to the student and consultant consultant classes. Thank you again. We'll make sure that we'll pass along his contact information for him as well too.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I can put my contact. Yeah. Thank you all. We really appreciate your participation. And
can you hear us?
yes, I can. I was just typing my email address in the chat. Yeah. So thank you for your participation. Really appreciate it. This beta test, as we know, we're going to have to start making our own tools. Who knows what's going to happen to all the tools that are out there. EJ Screen disappeared during the last time Trump was in office. We also lost ToxMap. I helped to develop ToxMap. We lost that. So we're going to have to start leaning on our own tools. The Deep South Center for Environmental Justice released a tool yesterday. So if you go to dsej.org, I'm pretty sure that they have the announcement. They have a really good environmental justice tool. Also, the Environmental Defense Fund, their tool is the Climate Vulnerability Index tool. So we're going to have to look outside of the federal government for tools. And of course, there are the states that have their own tools. But in the red states, Texas, Florida, where you guys are, don't expect any tools to pop up anytime soon. And hopefully somebody can, maybe the EPN can replicate. The EPN did a good job of replicating a lot of what was in EPA before Trump got fully a hold of it. So maybe EPA can EPN, not EPA, can replicate EJ Screen and keep it going, because it's a wonderful, wonderful tool.
Yes. Thank you. It's time. It's time the importance of creating our own tools and development moving forward as we kind of step into the uncertainty. So thank you again so much.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. We are going to move forward with our next set of speakers, and I'm so excited to bring them here. I know they come all the way from Miami. Shout out to 305. So I can introduce the University of Miami's team, with Precious Makuyana and Fleming. Makuyana is a Mindset Foundation Fellow and lecturer in the Environmental Justice Clinic at the University of Miami School of Law. With a research with Bob Wade, recently obtained the LLM degree in Environmental Law from Vermont Law School. Girl. Her culinary experiences allow her to play a significant role in community-led advocacy and actively focuses on food and climate justice in South Florida. And she's also accompanied by Abigail Fleming, the Senior Director of the Environmental Justice Clinic at the University of Miami School of Law, where also on climate and environmental and energy justice. As a community lawyer, Ms. Fleming seeks systemic change for clients through advocacy, public policy, resources, rights education, and interdisciplinary research. And she's a member of the Florida Bar. Please give a round of applause for this student. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. How's everyone doing? See smiling faces. As they pull up the slide, I just want to quickly introduce this and what we do at the clinic. As Kara mentioned, we're from the Environmental Justice Clinic at the University of Miami School of Law. Abigail and Precious and I, our senior managers out there, if you have any questions. We are a live clinic, meaning we represent community orgs that are battling environmental injustice. We do impact litigation, policy campaigns, interdisciplinary research, rights education, and much more. So please, I'm packing an 8-hour training into 30 minutes. So if you have questions or leave this session saying, hey, I have more questions, I need more information, I completely understand. So I'd be happy to talk to you, and I know Precious would, about some of her incredible advocacy in Overtown in Miami.
Yeah.
So we're going to talk about Council, the Liberating Policy Campaign. And the agenda for today is, what is the Liberating Policy Campaign? I'm going to talk to you about how to lay a foundation, how to develop a landscape map, how to build your line in your tug of war, how to find your strength and your champion, and then you fill out and implement a strategy chart. All of this information is from Movement Law Lab. Please check them out if you haven't. They're an incredible organization that does training for lawyers, law students, and community organizations. And oftentimes there's funding for scholarships for you to have trainings for free. They do trainings on how to build these type of policy campaigns, but most importantly, how to do negotiations, how to strategize, how to organize, and how to shift power. So I just want to shout out them, and then also our community partners who are engaging in these campaigns with us in Miami and throughout South Florida. Slide. I don't know what to say. Slide, is that a very awesome. Yeah. So what is a Liberating Policy Change Campaign? So you see on the slide, we have our large campaigns, smaller policy change campaigns. But liberating policy campaigns are limited time efforts to limit policy change that moves from. Can you send that? Sorry. That moves our communities to liberation. And every community is different, right? Liberation may look different in every community, but again, a limited community policy change that moves our communities towards liberation. Why do we need liberating policy campaigns? So as the climate movement, the energy justice movement, environmental justice movement shift together and converge together to build that just transition movement that we all know about and all are taking part in. And we're seeking that shift from an extractive economy to a regenerative economy, one that's really rooted in liberty, deep democracy, collaboration. As we do that, we need to make sure campaigns are pushing our communities toward liberation. As many people too in this room know, that the new administration, the Trump administration, the MAGA bloc, they are well organized, they are strategizing, right? And they have been for decades. So as we see them come into power, and we, again, needing to push our communities towards liberation, how do we strategize, how do we organize, and how do we continue to shift power and seek deep democracy? Slide. So the first thing we always tell community organizations and people just engaging in this work is laying your foundations. So really gathering together, understanding social change foundations, grounding in your shared values, and reflecting on your theory of change. You might be working in a massive coalition, and everybody has a different theory of change. That's okay, right? But we need to sit down, understand, and really ground out our values. I think, one value that we talk about in the clinic a lot is how do we build power and fight power? So shrinking that oppressive power that's rooted in white supremacy and colonization. How do we grow democratic people power, right? Slide. So some of these foundations are things that you can go over with your organization, and they may look different for you, but how social change requires shifting that power, that culture, those systems, how it requires social movements require, that social change. But we know with PAU that these social movements are powered directly by impacted people, right? Grassroots organizers and organizations that are fighting a world is better for people and planet. Slide. And how we do that. So first, before you engage in a liberating policy campaign, it really helps to sit down and lay out your values, right? What do you value? And I think in I value that when you're engaging in this work. Someone say accountability, someone say transparency, someone say respect. I mean, there's a lot of values that can be thrown around, but it's important to lay that foundation, identify your values, and what values are operating as you're engaging in a liberating policy campaign. Slide. This will really help dealing with community norms. I'm sure we've all sat in meetings where people are talking or go off on tangents or are doing other things or ask maybe questions that maybe need to be put on what we call the parking lot. Questions for later that are really important, right? But are not relevant at a certain time. And I do find your values laying that ground can really help you come up with community norms, just in meetings, but how we operate, how we engage, whether that's in meetings, via email, or in public. Slide. Okay, this is a theory of change that we use in the clinic. Again, when you're operating with large coalitions, everyone has a way, right? They have that way to create change. Maybe they have different ways of getting there, and that's okay. So for us, our theory of change is systemic and transformative social change happens when impacted people take collective action, leave their own struggles, and build power to change the root causes of oppression. So that's systemic policy change. Slide. So now we're going to get into tools. So how to build a liberating policy campaign. There's 4 tools that I want you to be aware of. Building a landscape map. Some people call this an intel memo. Building your line in the tug of war. That's really identifying who has power, how do we shift it, who opposes your policy change, and who supports it. Finding and strengthening your champion. So who's going to really campaign for you? And then filling out and implementing the strategy chart. And again, I'm going to fly through this. It's an 8-hour training, but I'm going to identify some of these tools for you. And if you have questions, please come talk to Precious tonight after. Slide.
And actually, before we develop a landscape map, we are actually going to create or name the campaign that we are individually working on right now. So each black months, this is the formula we're going to implement. Black months, we are going to change the flow of policy. We need to towards liberation, value, so please, let us get something, get a pen and paper, create a campaign, get that name of that campaign. So don't already working on a campaign. What are you on the one that you can be involved near future, right now, of seasons, in the atmosphere. If you develop a new campaign, oh, what are you doing? We're going to see different campaign with environmental justice communities, which will become the majority for all those kind of things. As we move on, we give you 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah.
To it.
So slide, please.
Next slide.
So Steve, I would say, 3 minutes. Yes. Let's do 3 minutes. And like Patricia said, think about some of these questions. How long do you want this campaign to last? What is the policy or law you're changing? And how will this move you towards liberation? So this is an example from a policy training we did in Miami with some of our partners. They were working on participatory budgeting. So in 5 minutes, we're going to implement a participatory budget process, which will move our communities toward liberation by giving people power over how dollars are spent. And this can be as specific or broad as you want. The more specific, the better, right? So if you know that to do this budgetary process takes a resolution within your city, name that, right? We're going to draft a resolution and present it to city commission by a certain date. So I'll give you 3 minutes and just want to pen and paper, and then I'm going to ask at least 2 people to share out their campaign and what they're working on. Yeah.
No pressure.
I know, I'm not going to. So it's out of time. 3 minutes.
Right.
So I'll give you 3 minutes until 2:40.
Yeah.
Right. We're gonna follow you right here.
Yes, that's the example that.
Yes, and if you slide back, if you slide back 1, that's the template, right? In blank months, going to change what? Which will move our communities toward liberation by. And it's okay if you're a little shaky. You're like, I can't think of something right now. It's okay. You can just talk to us about our campaign. Usually in a training, what we do is we workshop this together. We do like a visual, and people would jump in fish. We'd be like, hey, I'm working on this, and this. Really should name it. Again, this is like a co-creation collaborative process usually.
Okay. Yeah, gotcha.
I love consensus.
2-minute warning.
She used all my favorite words: liberation, colonization. She said it all.
Buzzwords. Yes.
Buzzwords for me.
One minute warning. Well, can you move it to the green screen?
See, how will this lead us to liberation is such a large question, but it is, I do feel like we always get lost in the sauce and we always forget that it's the like we have so we don't have any fight because it's hegemony. We're fighting against hegemony, so we need our collective actions to point to a new.
Okay, guys, I'm sorry. We're getting to the 2:40. Does you have any longer?
All right, so examples, funds, we're going to issue $10 million of program awards, which will move communities towards right-handed issues and down to them where they are. Thank you so much. Thank you. Your community affirmation? Well, community health environment. Right. Another volunteer, I know you guys will brainstorm, okay? What your campaign? And then you can follow that.
That's it, a lot. Okay. 6 months. We're going to implement clean landscaping to provide our community with with
Peace comes liberation by allowing green space, which, and what was that, an add on your part?
One more. We are changing how we participate in local government, including planning boards, commissions, school board meetings, county council meetings, school board communication more, learning what's happening in our community and letting our kids know what we want them to do.
A couple of things to keep in mind with these. Try your best to pick that one thing, right? So in 6 months, I'm going to do very simple things. Like I'm going to attend 3 city community meetings, right? And maybe public comment at those, right? As narrow as we can, always trying to do that. I know it's hard, but as narrow as you can when you're building these. And it's okay if you name this in your first session with your community partners, and then you say, wait a second, we need to narrow it more, we need to broaden it. That's okay. It's a continuous cycle to revisit. I think it's really important that, you know, as you're creating these campaigns, that you have an outline goal, and this is the goal of that, right? Trying to really specifically, what are we doing? What is the end goal here? Like, what are we trying to really accomplish? Okay, slide.
Dr. Hanson wants to read the last.
Oh, okay. Okay, we will not say no.
No. So in 6 months, we were going to increase the amount of reentry homes for BIPOC individuals, which will move our communities toward liberation by June 30th, 2025.
Yes. Yeah, I love that. Awesome. Thank you so much. No, these are powerful and super important. But again, it puts a timestamp. It makes you accountable to sticking to a time frame, right? And being clear on what you want and what does a win look like, right? What does success look like?
Next, after you name your campaign, which may take you a long time. I worked in coalitions where it's taken us months just to name and narrow down what we are doing, and that's okay. But after you name your campaign, you're gonna map the landscape. This is super important, guys. This is what goes into that intel memo. This is really about doing your homework and doing your research. You want to identify what are recent efforts to address this issue, who's working on this, right? There might be other efforts going on that you're not aware of. You want evidence. So any data that you have, polling, anecdotal, even if it's qualitative data from community, you want that. You want to collect that as best you can. A narrative or story around the issue. We know that a lot of times there's an issue and the narrative around that is complete false, right? So what is the actual narrative that's going on in your community about this issue? And then who are the relevant city boards or committees? Who has the power? Who is in charge of the decision, right? That's extremely relevant. You need to understand the process too, right? Because a lot of times we are asking the wrong person for something and they say no, and then we stop. And it's like, well, it's so different, right? So think about relevant boards, committees, who has the power to make the change that you're seeking. Also, the status of the city commission, mayor, and manager. Who has the power, who builds the power, and what are the relationships? That's also really important. Oftentimes we see city managers and city commissions having a really dynamic dialogues behind the dais, and you really want to understand that and the different dynamics between those players. And then, yes, relationships between decision makers, but also not just what they say their interests are, but really what their true interests are, right? Not what they publicly say, but getting to the root of what are they involved in. And also, if they are someone into elected office, who's funding their office? Is it developers, right? Who's giving their campaign contributions? That's all public knowledge that you and your team can look up. Slide. Okay, so here's an example decision-making profile. This is Commissioner King in the city of Miami. In this decision maker profile, we put who they are, their source of power, their position on an issue, motivates them, what are their strengths, what are their weaknesses, how others describe them, super important, who follows their lead. Maybe there's people on the commission that will do what they say if they tell them to, right? Whose lead do they follow? Who do they look to, right? Their friends, their enemies, that's the best. Who's working against them consistently and what they really care about. Again, guys, it's not always their outward position or what they say about an issue, but what are their deep-rooted interests? Slide. Okay, now for the most fun part is the tug of war, right? So have anyone in here done power mapping? Yeah, a lot of us probably have. This is very similar to power mapping. It's just a different form. Slide, please. Within this tug of war, you're taking all that landscape info that you gathered on your commissioners or your people in power, and you put it in this landscape map or intel memo, however you want to refer to it. And then you're going to build your tug of war, and you're gonna ask yourself these questions. What's the goal? Who is the flag? And the flag is who has the power to make the policy change? Who has the power? Is it a city commissioner? Is it the mayor? Is it the governor, right? Who is the flag? Who are you trying to move in one direction or another? And who's in opposition to this? And then who are your supporters? Slide, please. All right, and you're going to draft along your tug of war. So you're going to draw a line, and then your campaign goal will be here in the middle, right? And then you have your flag. Again, that's who has the power to make the policy or law change that you're seeking. On the left side of your campaign goal, you're going to put your opposition. And the size of the circle is the amount of influence this person has over the flag. Maybe that's your mayor, maybe that's your governor. And then on the right side of your campaign goal, you're going to put your supporters. The placement of the circle is how close or far away this person is to your position. Now, this tug of war, if you draw it, it doesn't stay alone. This is an active, living tug of war, right? That you would think of when you're doing tug of war, right? Sometimes there's a hold in the line. Anyone done an actual tug of war? Sometimes there's a hold in the line, but you're constantly moving back and forth. So this should be a living, breathing tug of war for you, your coalition. Slide, please. And here's an example of this done. And was legislation that reduces state prison population by 25% by 2030. So you see here the governor, he's the flag, right? He or she has the power to make that change. My campaign goal is here and clearly stated at the bottom. And then I see over here is who's in opposition. Well, the Prosecutors Association is very opposed, as you would assume. And then we have, of course, our strong community coalitions over here. And then obviously the size of the circle is how much influence they have over the flag. Here, you have a commission chair, you have your governor's brother, anyone here that you think supports, anyone on the left that you think opposes. And again, this is a living, breathing tug of war that you can consistently update. You might see your circles grow or diminish, right? based on activities that happen within your campaign. And you might see people starting after you meet with the victims' right group, right, and talk to them about your campaign and the goals. They may start shifting, right, or more towards the middle. Slide, please. All right, so this is the first mantra, and if you guys will help me out here, I'm going to say who's the flag, and you're going to say move the flag, okay? Who's the flag?
Move the flag.
All right, y'all have this whack, yeah.
Yes.
Who's the flag?
Move the flag.
All right, exactly. So as you're thinking about your tug of war, as you're just saying, don't focus on so much on who opposes and who's supporting. It's, is my flag moving, right? Don't focus on all the bad guys on the opposing side that are really pushing against your campaign. You're focused on the flag. Slide, please. All right. Slide, please. All right. Goal 3, one of my favorites. Find and strengthen your champion. Slide. This is a person who will drop the legislation or spearhead the policy change, right? This can be a variety of different people, and most likely an elected official oftentimes, but this is the person, again, who's really in your corner. Slide. Now, a great champion is completely aligned with your goal, influence over the flag, is competent, and is responsive and willing to follow your lead and respects what you and your coalition are doing, right? And is behind you. Slide, please. But oftentimes we have only a good one, right? And that's okay. It's aligned with your goal somewhat, has some possible influence over the flag, competent, and is somewhat responsive and willing to follow your lead. But you have to strengthen this human, right? Through direct and intentional action with that champion. And a good champion be strengthened into a good one. Slide. All right, mantra number 2. We're going to say strengthen. You're going to say our champion. Ready? Strengthen
our champion.
Yeah. Always building up our champion. Because remember, we want to move the flag, right? And who has power to move the flag? Us. Definitely through our champion. So we want to strengthen our champion as much as possible. Slide. All right. And finally, we've got our landscape map, our tug of war. We talked about strengthening our champion. And now we're going to fill out and implement a strategy chart. Slide. Okay. So we're taking one element on our landscape map. What's our big old we've power mapped, right? Who has the power and who are we looking at? Who's our flag and who's opposing, who's supporting? And we're going to put it in the strategy chart. Clearly laying out your goal, your flag, and then motivate and activate our supporters. Who's going to do that and how? What's the action? What's the message? Again, how do we neutralize opposition? We can be able to stop our opposition, but we can definitely neutralize them. Who's going to do that and how? In the trainings, which I think is really cool with Movement Law Lab, they really talk about targeted media messaging as well. How do we message this and build the narrative around this? And how do we co-create knowledge and share that knowledge with the public? We have all of this available, so please come talk to Precious and I if you're interested in getting a slide deck and getting a copy of the strategic chart. Slide. My email is up here. Please feel free to email us and chat with us. Precious has used this type of training with a lot of our partners in Overtown and throughout South Florida. So she's been willing to talk to you about some of the lessons we've learned by building these liberating policy campaigns, what to do, what not to do. And yeah, we appreciate your time. Is there any questions? I think I did okay.
Yeah, you did.
Just kind of curious, I mean somebody leave that useful way, but do you ever come up with issues around centralizing your movement around an individual champion? Like, does that leave you a little susceptible or vulnerable for them to then neutralize that individual?
Yeah, and I think that's why you have to do your homework and pick a good champion, right? There's always a risk that your champion can turn on you, but I promise you, if you spend time and you have intensive transformational relationships with your champion. I haven't had a champion turn on me yet, but it's possible, right? And so think through with your coalition, if you don't want an individual and you want maybe a larger group, right? You want to build additional champions. You're like, we have this really good one, but we want more. I don't think that anyone would maybe hesitate to do that, right? It's like, oh, the more champions we have, the better. The potential with that, though, is then you have a bunch of people that potentially are not as aligned with you, right? Or not clear with your message and what you want. One thing I want to say about the champion is this is oftentimes a person you're bringing into your inner circle that you're sharing strategy with. And you might not want a ton of people to know about your strategy, okay? Being mindful about what you put out in the public and what you keep with your coalition. I think that's really important, especially when it comes to political strategy.
Yeah, for sure.
Any other questions? Okay. Awesome.
Oh my goodness, please give her the vote of knowledge.
Expanding knowledge. I'm here for it. I am so here for it.
Well, as we kind of move along to our last speaker of the day, I want to acknowledge some students who are, I know they're traveling went back to Tallahassee, but we just want to give them a round of applause. And please, students, if you're still here, please stand up because we really appreciate you for being here today. Please give them a round of applause. Your time is so valuable. Time is valuable, and we appreciate your input and time and dedication to this as well. So thank you again so much.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
So as we transition for our last, certainly not least, is Ms. Belinda Williams Collins. Ms. Belinda Williams Collins received her education in Oklahoma, earning a bachelor's in landscape architecture from the University and a master's in Visual and Sea Plan from the University of Oklahoma. Currently serves as senior planning for the City of the Land and Community Development Department. Planning responsibilities as a senior planner. She serves as the Brownfields project manager, downtown development coordinator, former historic preservation coordinator, and liaison at Stetson University. That's a ton for them. Belinda has also previously served as a principal planner for the city of Daytona Beach, Volusia County, the County of Volusia, and the Community Services Department, 353 Public Relations firm, and Washington Hair and Hair, planning and landscape architecture firm in Kansas City, Missouri, and aside from her serving the community, her great accomplishments being a mother to three beautiful children, William, Leslie, and Christina. Please give a large welcome to Ms. Belinda Williams Collins. Good afternoon. I'm beautiful people.
Shout out to you, sir.
Okay. I just wanted to say it's a pleasure to be here, and I think this has been a great workshop, and I'm glad to have been a part of it. I got started with FBA after I was given the task of applying for a brownfield grant to the City of the Land, and honestly, I didn't know what a brownfield was, and I was, kind of skeptical about what it was. Once I learned about what it was, the importance of cleaning up brownfields, then I was all in. So since that time, it's just been great. We submitted an application and we're able to get a $400,000 assessment grant in. So we've been doing good things ever since. Since that time, I have become more involved with FBA, and right now I'm one of the co-chairs of the Environmental Justice and Public Health Committee. So you can go to the next slide. So I just want to give a little explanation of what FBA is. FBA is it's a not-for-profit organization that services that's dedicated to advancing brownfield cleanup and redevelopment, and committed to advancing environmental justice in Florida. So there are different types of members involved. There are attorneys, there are engineers, there are city planners, such as myself, and other community members that are involved with FBA. And the FBA has a board, and it's just a regular committee that meets to advance brownfield efforts. Okay, go to the next slide. FBA is comprised of 3 committees. The first committee is the Legislative Policy and Technical Committee. There's our Outreach, Education, and Membership Committee, and then, of course, the EJ and Public Health Committee. A little bit about each of those committees. The Legislative Policy and Technical Committee. Go to the next slide. That is the group that is the group of volunteers who address the legislative, engineering, scientific, and financial and technical aspects around things. Like this committee is made up of people including attorneys, engineers, and people involved in scientific levels who get into the fine details of what will move the cleanup of brownfields forward. From the legislative perspective, FBA employs a lobbyist to identify legislation that impacts brownfields in order to provide input from FBA so that any legislation brought forward has the greatest impact for those who are impacted. To be honest, this committee is a little intimidating, but it's important to remain aware of its actions because some of the things it does go off track easily. In my experience, in my opinion, too, sometimes they focus too much on tax credits for businesses who engage in brownfield cleanup rather than, on the communities themselves. So what my plan is to get more of our members involved with that committee, kind of to keep an eye on them and kind of steer them in the direction of environmental justice issues, because there's a little tussle sometimes, but that's just life. Okay, and the next slide. The next slide is our outreach and education, and this committee is fairly new, and its focus is to maintain our membership and to grow membership. Because if we don't have people out there fighting on the ground, especially when it comes to environmental justice, then we're not going to be getting very far. So I hope that many of you who are in attendance will join us, because whenever we have meetings like this, I always try to grab contact information and invite everybody to our meetings so that you can become part of the process and help us in our goals. And then the next slide, please. And then last but not least is our Environmental Justice Committee. And our committee is a group of members who are committed to helping restore health and wealth to low-income and minority communities. And we also identify resources to help them meet those goals. I've been blessed to be a part of this committee for about 10 years now. And I unexpectedly moved into the chairmanship, but I have a co-chair now. So my background is in landscape architecture and urban planning. So I find that that's been a good fit for environmental justice. And I'm enjoying the journey. What I like to say, I paraphrase a quote from Martin Luther King. And we like to say that environmental justice anywhere is a threat to the environment everywhere. And I think a lot of people are going to understand that. Well, hopefully we'll move away from that, because as climate change continues to get worse, more and more people are impacted. With environmental justice, the focus on low-income and minority communities, but we're all on this marble called Earth together. And at some point, what impacts one community is going to impact another. And my hope would be that they would, people will start to understand that, and help resolve some of these problems before it gets too late for us to help anybody. So, just my thoughts. Some of the things. Next slide, please. Some of the things that our environmental justice community focuses on. We meet regularly to enable our members to stay connected and share information that needs to be passed along. We have our own strategic plan to help guide our efforts and ensure that we make progress every year. Some of the things that we do, we have an EJ Lit program, which is our leaders in training, and that's to engage students to work in the brownfield environmental aspect of careers.
And we feel that university students they're definitely our future, and we want to get them engaged as much as possible. So it was good to see so many students here today. Some of the universities that we have engaged we got students engaged at the University of South Florida, working with Dr. Christian Wells, Dr. Greg at Florida A&M, and then we have Dr. Kwame Udoku from the University of West Florida. And each of these groups of students are able to work on communities in their cities, and they're able to actually bring real-time help to those communities. So, we're proud of their efforts. One other of the important things we do is to connect as many community members as we can, because we believe that empowering them to do the work for themselves is going to be the best situation for them. Nobody will be your champion like you are. So Ms. Mwana is a perfect example of that type of, yes you are, of that type of community advocate, because she knows her community, she knows what the issues are, she knows who to reach out to. So part of what we do as an EJ committee is try to make sure that we have different communities involved in our meetings so that we can pass along information to them. Sierra sends me information all the time about different things, so I just send it out, and hopefully whoever is out there that needs the information, pick it up and use it and start to connect and make those things work for their own community. So education is really important, and a really important part of what we do. Another thing we do is we have FBA has an annual conference every year. So we have what we call a community day on one of the days. And during the conference, we highlight the communities that have joined us at the conference. We also have a foundation that raises money to provide scholarships to different community members that need to get to the conference. Maybe they can't, they don't have enough money to get a group there, and our foundation collects money through fundraising to help pay for that. But at Community Day, it allows the community members to see what FBA does as a whole and to learn about different aspects of the brownfield profession. And then also on Community Day, we come together, we focus on those issues dealing with communities. We had a really great session this year, and Luana was there. And it was very engaging. We invited the community members to come out and let us know what their issues. We have what's called a listening session where we just listen. What are your issues? What have you been able to do about them? What can we help you to do about them? And how can we help you to move forward? So we do that every year. We used to have our own environmental justice workshop, but we had combined that into our conference. But we decided after this year's meeting, it was so powerful that we're going to go back to having, in addition to what we do at the conference, we're going to have our own EJ workshop. So you'll be getting information about that, but we've got to get it planned and everything. But we're going to get back and schedule to get our own workshop up and going again. So one of the things I wanted to point out is that our newest effort is a newsletter. So our newsletter, I think, is going to be a powerful tool for us to get information out, because I know sometimes the community members aren't able to participate in our monthly meetings. Our monthly meetings are every first Thursday at 10 o'clock via Zoom, of course. So for those communities that aren't able to participate in our meeting, the newsletter provide information that they can use, and they can have it, they can print it out, have it in their hands, and then that way they'll be able to have something that is tangible for them and that they can use to help further their goals in whatever their efforts are. We had a number of communities that we focus on. One of them is Northport St. Joe in the Panhandle. And Northport St. Joe is a community that had they used to have a paper mill, and after so many years, the paper mill finally left, and they left behind a mess. The paper mill left contamination in houses, and it's gotten so bad that some of the houses are actually literally sinking into the ground. Sinkholes are opening up, and they've been fighting those battles for years. And recently, on top of it, they tried to get a liquefied natural gas plant located on the property that they cleared the paper mill from. So that was going to be insult to injury because the contamination from the paper mill is not yet cleaned up, and now they want to do something else. So we've been working with Northport St. Joe to to just to guide them through the process and just to hold their hand through the process to help them with whatever resources that we can offer them or whoever we can offer it to. You all have seen through this workshop so many good resources, and we have been able to partner with some of those resources and just become partners with them so that we can pass on whatever they're doing to our communities, because information is power. So I would say that's the biggest thing, the biggest takeaway from our community is just education, letting the community members know, that there are resources out there. There are a myriad types of resources, and I know it can get overpowering sometimes, but that's our job, is just to kind of help the communities get through that process and understand that somebody is here to help you. And, that's one of the things that we'll do as our committee. And anytime they're wanting some information, they can come to us and we can pass them on to the resources that might be helpful for them. And so the last thing that I wanted to say, going to the final slide. This just kind of reminded me of you, Luana. Now, this is the logo for, and you too, Sierra. This is a logo for, this summit. And so as I was thinking about, what you are as a community leader, and I really applaud you, because you are on the ground, you got your army with you, you know what your issues are, you're engaged, and you're out there working. And those are the type of community members that we want to engage with, because we look at you like a little flower. And we want to plant these little flowers all over the state so that all of these communities will be as engaged and as informed as you are, because until that happens, things happen in isolation. And we want to make sure we can get this information out over everybody in the whole entire state, because one of the things that I noticed and I learned when we were first identifying potential brownfields in the DeLand area. I talked to someone who was in the fire department, and she had a lot of great information about, there used to be a gas station over here. There used to be a dry cleaner over here. She knew all the spots. So by the time she got through, giving me that information, I was like, well, what hasn't been impacted? So everything, it was almost like every piece of property in the city was a potential brownfield site. And that's the same situation with the state. You can be assured that just about everything in the entire state has these issues, and they need to be cleaned up. And we know that a lot of those issues impact Black and Brown communities. For example, Sierra went to Bethune-Cookman University, and a lot of people may not know that was built on a dump.
Yep.
So, those are the type of situations that occur. Yep. And we just want to be there to help communities to resolve these issues and to solve these problems, and to give them good resources like RTI, other agencies that are out there to help them. So that's about what I wanted to say. I wanted to, like I said, thank you for inviting me to come. I really enjoyed it. I learned a lot, and I have a lot of information I'm going to be passing on. And if you have any questions, I'm here for them. But I've really enjoyed this, and I'm glad to have participated.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so very much. So very much.
I need you for the.
Oh, yes. Go ahead.
What, you tired?
So. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much. When we thought of this, mid-July.
Yeah.
And it's because we had just left the Southeast. See, I'm in California. I got a call my classmate. And said, it's a lot of information. But some kind of way we felt like Florida was coming. We like on an island by ourselves sometimes. And I said, how do we get this information? Because I believe in not being the information corner, but I believe in sharing because your coalition is as strong as your weakest link. But if you get so many individuals seeing and getting the information, imagine what we could do. So first of all, I just want to say, clap for y'all. Thank you for coming. This investment is what a community can do for itself. I believe in investing in the community, and you are the community. So thank you for coming. Thank Richard for just staying on us. And first of all, it's so funny how we met. Who are you? Well, who are you? It's like, but from there, I developed new friends. And I just want to say, each and every one of you brings so much to the table. And really, I have to say this. This event, when I say it's homegrown, it's homegrown. From the people doing the decorations, it was us. And you say, well, why not a hotel? First of all, I'm not gonna get a hotel that kind of money. I can't be frugal. I'm not cheap, but I'm very careful with the money that I spend. But the point was, I wanted you to see through the eyes of the community what we go through every day, what they see. So it's a barrier. So I wanted you to come where we feel comfortable. Instead of asking me to go somewhere else, thank you for coming where the community felt comfortable. And where we felt comfortable sharing our story with you and looking for resources and allies to work with that can solve some of these problems. So thank you for the investment and believing in what we're all about. I will say to my committee, Stella, Miss Lewis, she get there. I come this when I say this homegrown, this is homegrown. Stella and Miss Tice that was in the back. And they doing the cooking and stuff there was Stella and Miss Tice are unique to me as an individual. It's rare that a daughter and a mother can share friendship with the same person. And that is what I have in Stella and Mrs. Tice, Ariana Tice. Well, Mom passed 2 years ago, because when you went to that was my mother's vision. She was always about serving the community, and she instilled in her children and people around her for being a child care provider for 45 years to give back, to vote, to do all the things that people think is not supposed to be happening. Civic engagement is what we were all about. So Stella and Mrs. Tice or Miss Lewis is my mother today. And so I call on them for advice on a regular basis. And to Jan, for being in the room years ago, hearing me talk about our fight and coming on and being a new friend, and this along with this takes us to the next level. Aston, thank you for believing in what I said at the George Floyd March, because I know you're like, you'll tell everybody, you're gonna be crazy, you know? It's gonna happen. And it's to Sierra, thank you for believing that we could do this with our friends. We have people who come, despite us predicting 2 hurricanes.
Yeah. Let's acknowledge the elephant in the room.
So, but if you look at it, a lot of people did register, a lot of people wanted to do this. But I just want to say, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Definitely, it was a passion project of ours, and when we think about manifestation, kind of what I talked about earlier as we started this. It was a true vision of manifestation with going to all these different conferences in the Southeast and knowing the landscape of what Florida is, we were needed to really reignite faith because it's an interesting landscape that we live in. And understanding that there are resources and there are partners and communities who need a voice, we really wanted to find a unique way that something that hasn't been done before, but know that it's desperately needed. Like we went through 2 hurricane disasters in the state of Florida. And despite all of that, we still move forward with putting this on. That is resilience. Because we know that these hurricanes are coming. We know that these natural disasters are coming. And it's even more important to talk about them. As frequently as the other one, we need to talk about them and come up with plans and strategies to come together, especially in this moment of uncertainty. We don't know when it's coming. Anything is possible, but we wanted to do this in collaboration. Give it a vision and plan. We're so grateful for our team of support who just said yes. Thank you to all the partners and students who just said yes. Despite what it's going to be about, knowing that this conversation needed to happen, we're very grateful for it. So thank you again to all of you.
Oh,
Yes.
don't ask that.
I know everyone's tired of hearing me talk. But first thing I want to do before I say anything is acknowledge the other elephant in the room. Look at the shoulders that we stand on. This was put on by 2 beautiful Black women. That we do not have enough space in this world. Can I give them a big round of applause? There were a lot of words said. There was a lot of energy in this room. We said words like resilience. We said words like community. We said words like environmental justice. All ideas that come from all sorts of different perspectives and different subjective understandings. But today, together, we've kind of grown a little closer to the unified vision, but it's not over. Obviously, we all know about the wider landscape of everything. We need to ask ourselves, what can we do to combat it? Well, it's very simple. After this convention finishes, I'm going to reach out to each and every single one of you. And I want to know, what are you up to? Why do I want to know what are you up to? Because we need to centralize our efforts. We have been too long, even though our efforts may be effective, even though they may be great, we need to delay it. We need to come together in unity as a community. It's a small thing between here and your neighbor, but it's so large and it means so much. There's a network of us that believe together, that have a shared vision. And I've never, that when she picked me up off the street, because that's exactly what she did, she picked me off the street. No, I do. I do mean that. She found me doing. We were doing the George Floyd protest, and she's absolutely right. I, being the man that I am, did not believe everything that this woman said, and then I, like a prophet, every single thing that she said came to pass, and I became a believer in Miss Kelsey. And because of that, we were able to do something. I never thought we would get somewhere like this. I'll tell you that honestly. I never thought we would get somewhere like this. Do you understand who was here today? Do you guys understand the power that has been in this room today? We have a man come in and say, oh, yeah, I got $40 million. Who's buying? Who's taking? That is where we are. And if you don't see that we're just a local community organization and that we've from that grown into something that can intake that sort of money, that has the flexibility, the adaptability to take on the unique challenges that exist specifically in our areas, but then we can master these processes around the state. That is something special and something you guys. So please, we all build it together, but please.
One Florida, we all build it together.
Which is exactly why we need to have a round of applause for each other. But imagine what we can do in February when we get this together. I expect to see every single one of
And bring someone else. Thank you guys so much.
Safe travels to your destinations. Thank you to everyone online who joined us. And we look forward to seeing you in February.
Everywhere. Stella, Ms. Rose.
Just like to give closing remarks to all of you. This has been a wonderful experience. I just think that this is great to see so many people together that are one accord. And I just want to say to you, may the Lord bless you and keep you. May the Lord shine upon you and give you peace. Be safe as you drive home. Thank you. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, it's up. I saw that comment. And we thank you for being here virtually too. Thank you for everybody that viewed us. Thank you, Dr. Paget. Thank you, everyone that's been with us over this time. We'll be back, we will be better, and we will be here. Thank you.